Hello, welcome to Tarot on Purpose. Today's pick a card reading is to receive messages from Spirit about the new you. This is a timeless reading for any time that you are experiencing something new in your life or feeling like you're going through some kind of transformation. The timing of this reading was the new year, January 2023, and the full wolf moon, which occurred on January 6th. The full wolf moon inspired this reading to receive messages going between the earthly realm and the spiritual realm, because it is said to be a time when the wolves are communicating and more active than other animals that may be dormant during the winter. You know, the wolves are howling at the moon and speaking with spirit. So that is the inspiration for today's reading. For today's reading, we have 4 piles to choose from. Pile 1 is the Japaridze tarot and the Indonesian amber stone. A sample card for you from here is the 8 of Wands, the 8 of Swords / air element. Pile 2 is the Radiant Tarot and this orange calcite sphere. Get you a card from that pile. The Radiant Tarot, 7 of Swords. Pile 3 is the Muse Tarot and this lepidolite cloud crystal. And we have the Fool. Pile 4 is the Tarot of the She and this opalite ankh or anchor cross. Sample card from that deck is the Hanged Man. Welcome, Pile 1, to this reading about spirit messages for the new year, inspired by the full wolf moon, for messages coming between the spiritual and the earthly realms. You've chosen the Indonesian amber crystal, which is said to be good for getting out of a funk, joy, positivity, and healing. And although this is a stone, it looks like it could be heavy. It's incredibly light. Like I can really barely feel that it's even in my hands. It's weird. When I first got this, I was like prepared to pick up a big honkin' stone, and it's not the case. So I think that's really cool that it's light, telling us things are not exactly as they appear. Finding lightness and heavy. Just here's a little metaphor, I guess, analogy, whatever. Having the courage to go after something that you think is going to be heavy and a job to do, a lot of work, and finding that it's not so bad. It's lighter than you expected. You've chosen to come to the reading with the Japaridze tarot, which is by a surrealist artist who has reimagined some of the tarot cards through her paintings. So we're going to set this aside for now, and we're going to start by getting you 4 oracle cards to set the tone for the reading, get a feel for the overall energy, help you decide whether or not it's something that resonates with you. This first oracle is the Intuition Oracle, which has different pictures on the front and an archetype and affirmation on the back. So we're going to start off with this as our first oracle card. either way. Oh my goodness. Okay. Do you want this one or this one? This is reminding me of the Yule log, so we're going to take that one. This is the other one that fell out, just in case you wanted to take a look. The warrior. I ask for what I want because I deserve to get what I want. Nice. We're going to set that aside as kind of back of the deck energy for that one. So the first card from the Intuition Oracle looks like this. Got mirrors, hand mirrors, which are a symbol of Aphrodite, goddess of love. Got a red crystal there, butterfly wings. This is what made me kind of know that this was the card out of the two that wanted to be prominent. This section here looks like Yule log if you slice it, but it also looks like pomegranate now that I saw the mirrors, and that's kind of Aphrodite, high priestess energy. Got some doves, wings. Okay, let's see. We've got number 39, the protector, with the affirmation, I respect people's boundaries and require the same from them. So initially I'm kind of drawn back to the saying that was with this stone when I got it about getting out of a funk, and maybe this is protection energy coming through to help you draw boundaries, help you get out of that funk, maybe. Showing love and compassion by setting boundaries. You know, it's kind of hard to say no to people, but you can do so with love and compassion. Drawn to this kind of picket fence, which makes me think of not only drawing a boundary between neighbors, say, or around your own space, but it's a white picket fence. It's a little bit older. So, you know, it's a fence, but it's not completely closed. It's not keeping anyone in or out necessarily. You can see through from both sides. You can go over, under, through. So maybe we're talking about how to bring ourselves out of the funk if we're in one, or just a perspective to keep in mind that there is always options. And if you feel like you've run out of options, you know, think from a different perspective. It's also talking about the protection energy. So the guidebook really is talking about, for this card, is talking about setting boundaries and protection. So, but doing so with compassion, because that's a sweet looking face. There's nothing aggressive in this card. It all is sweet, innocent. We have fences, but we also have a bridge to help us get from one place to another. It's a boundary, but it's also one that can be crossed if need be. And I'm also hoping that this is talking about the bridge between the earthly and the spiritual realms. Got Hathor with Soul Family. She's also got a red crystal pendant there in her neck wear. Gold bracelets. Just the placement of the jewelry here. We've got kind of crownish, third eye, throat, heart. But heart, I mean, with how her hands are crossed over her chest. And we've got a lot of beings in the back. The first message in this guidebook for this card is destined reunions. So maybe we're looking forward to a soul family reunion, or even your earthly family, since we're talking about things that are going between the realms. And support for your journey is here, it says. So in the guidebook for this one, it talked about how the protector, goddess, entity, guardian is right next to you, helping you. It's not making you do anything, but it's there to help, if you will. So this reading so far to me speaks a lot to you being protected along your journey with free will, but having the support around if you want it, if you need it. And maybe don't be afraid to ask for it or to give it to people that may need it. Hathor is the Egyptian goddess of joy, gratitude, light. So we had a lot of that connects really well to the Indonesian amber crystal there. The guidebook also says that she's the queen of both the underworld and the sky. So that's great. So maybe we're getting some not only messages coming through connecting the earthly realms to the spiritual realms, but also the underworld or shadow realms. The guidebook for this card mentions that the soul family aspect of this card is about reunions with kindred spirits that you've experienced not only during lifetimes on Earth, but also in the cosmos. So we're definitely connecting between the realms here. So intention set for this reading, huh? And we've got number 17, amethyst. Amethyst is, of course, connected to the crown chakra. So we had that with this card here. So the guidebook for this crystal is talking about amethyst being a powerful protector, purifier, natural tranquilizer, and being able to calm the mind and balance extremes. The healing insight given in the guidebook from the creator of this deck says letting go of cravings leads to inner freedom and creates well-being. I'm kind of drawn to the thought of boundaries there. Maybe setting intentions to be balanced here is along your journey, not overindulging or underindulging, but finding balance. Number 17 would connect to the star card in tarot. Dreams coming. Okay. There, thank you. With kind of what I've said so far and the connection to the star card through the number 17, this is setting intentions for your soul journey and your dreams with the appropriate boundaries and protection, compassion, and calmness, knowing that you're strong enough to go on your own if you want to, but that the support is there if you want it, and you don't have to be alone. And we've got the spirit ally coming through is number 50, Taurus. So there you go. Look at that. It's even purple to match the amethyst. And since this is crown, chakra, and Taurus is an earth sign. Oh, I love this. I love it. I love it. Okay. So yeah, we're definitely setting the tone for what's coming through for you from earth to spiritual. We've got these two stars here. Kind of reminds me of the Two of Pentacles, which is talking about balancing options, which we talked about through this first card as well. What is it? As above, so below. So there you go, pile one. This is the energy to start you off. We've definitely talking about your soul journey and setting your intentions for your soul journey by establishing guidelines, boundaries, intentions that are set by considering perspectives from the underworld, the earthly realm, the spiritual realm, and by considering what you learn not only from yourself, but also from those that are in your life, your soul family, or if you believe in past lives, future lives, higher selves, etc., remembering that you've got entities and perspectives and thoughts that you can consider when making decisions through your soul journey. I love that pile one. So let's get into some tarot for you. Uh-oh. Come here, don't roll off the desk. Okay, so I just obviously had a runaway crystal that was set aside here from pile 2. So maybe this is saying if you were drawn to pile 2, maybe check that for other messages. I don't know what they're going to be yet, but also kind of drawing my attention to this orange sphere sun. Maybe your sun sign is relevant coming through. So this reminds me of kind of the triple goddess symbol, which is, past, present, future type energy. And since I mentioned sun sign earlier, we've got Taurus here. So maybe you've got a Taurus in your life that's impacting what you're going through right now that is relevant to this reading. All right, so let's get into your tarot. Obviously, the first part was talking about soul journey, soul family. So let's see what comes through in the tarot. Let's figure out New Year messages from Spirit. What's the journey going to be like? Well, that came out flipped. 8 of Wands, which is 8 of air. 8 of Swords. So we're talking, I'd like to bring more cards here. So I'm really drawn to, oh, good grief. Okay, thanks. Drawn to the window here and the locked gate with, of course, kind of standard symbol for 8 of Swords, that the key is there and you're not really trapped. So just like in this card here, you've got the fence, but you can get over, under, through it if you want to. You can cross the bridge. So we've got some mental blocks here maybe to work through. 2 more cards for pile number 1, please. Well, said pile 2 now. That runaway crystal from pile 2 definitely coming through here. So sorry to not sorry. Don't want to hijack your reading by thinking about what's going to happen in pile 2, but okay, can we have one more card, please? One more card for pile number 1, please. Thank you. And this one flipped. So it came out as the Queen of Tides, which is the Queen of Cups, water, emotions. Noticing this little bat symbol there, so that is tying me to the underworld kind of shadow messages, back to Hathor, which talked about soul family, reunions, help being there if you want. The key's there if you want it, whether somebody else comes through the gate and turns that key for you, or you just get up and turn it yourself. Kind of bookended over here with what would be the Queen of Cups, so emotions, and she's actually dumping her cup out here. Initially, I was kind of like, what are you doing, spilling your cup? But maybe it talks about a lot of blessings. You're so blessed that your cup runneth over type. In the star card, which I got from the 17 on the amethyst, you also have the star, the figure in that card, kind of dumping water into the earth, connecting the realms. She looks like a dancer to me. There's a seashell there. feet are flat on the ground here, and she's tiptoed here. So we've got to change there. In the guidebook for this card, it talks about the wooden floor and the feet being grounded on it. And the floor is representing the foundations and source of spiritual nourishment that should not be ignored or taken advantage of, but taken for granted. Since I kind of slipped and said taken advantage of, that's going back to the boundaries there. So make sure you're considering what boundaries you've set and what boundaries you may need to set. The creator also talks about how 8s are about action and you need to take action. So in this case, I would say this girl needs to get up when she's ready, of course, turn that key and move on through her journey. Nobody's telling her she has to do it, but when she wants to, it's there. And since it's an 8, I think it's telling you to make sure along your journey, consider what actions you need to take when you're ready, of course. Okay, so the guidebook for this one is talking about the cup runneth over, how the Queen of Cups is the most compassionate of the queens in the deck, and she's spilling out her cup to help everybody that she can. And I'm also drawn to that shell that was on her waist. The creator of the deck is talking about symbolizes creation and a call to awakening. So yeah, since this is an 8, talking about action, the key to your awakening, call to awakening, creation. So I think if you are in a state of kind of waiting to start your journey, I think this is your call to action to begin that journey. And whether or not that means taking the first step in the earthly realm, the spiritual realm, the kind of mentally, or actually in the material world, taking an actual physical action, that's up to you according to where you are in your journey. But it is a call to action. And remember, the first step, call to awakening, call to action, doesn't have to be like having a plan and doesn't have to mean that you know exactly what's going to happen. But sometimes the first step is just recognizing that there's a journey to go on and that you have a lot of support and a lot of experiences to draw on for that. Sometimes it's just recognizing that something needs to change. Sometimes it's recognizing that you've reached a certain milestone. Let's not get into it too far. Let's see what's next for us. And we've got number 16, the Tower card. Okay, so don't freak out about the Tower card. It doesn't always have to be negative. We just talked about a call to action, that the key's there when you're ready to turn it. This is quite the Tower card. Traditionally, the Tower card is talking about some kind of change coming, sometimes sudden change. And I've heard other readers talk about how if you don't recognize something that needs to change, sometimes the universe will take care of that for you. Doing some self-reflection, which is always good around the new year, right? Recognizing what may be trapping you, what opportunities may be available to you, and figuring out what steps you can take so that if there does need to be a change, that it doesn't have to be so earth-shattering, crazy, negative, wild, chaotic. I mean, this is a really chaotic Tower card. I think this is talking about taking some personal responsibility for your situation and knowing that you can control it. It doesn't all have to spin out of control. Let's take that back. I don't mean you can control it, right? Like,
you have some level of control where you can take certain actions to either impact what's going on, how you react to the change, what you learn from the change, how you avoid the change if it's not something you're ready for, or you accept the change, embrace it. Okay, so in the guidebook here, the creators are talking about it's not just humans, but it's also non-sentient beings falling from the tower. And it's talking about a chaotic, big bang jolting moment, a jolting moment out of the ego-driven consciousness toward the initial stages of a higher spiritual existence. That's your call to action, call to awakening. So you maybe being awakened to something new, a new step in your journey. Maybe you have been in the earthly realm focused, and it's talking about in this new year, you're going to be more focused on the spiritual aspects of things and not so focused on the material. We had this imagery here that I thought was pomegranates, kind of tying back to the high priestess energy. So that might be tapping more into your intuition through the amethyst. That may be a crystal you can use. And maybe tapping more into your spiritual guides, because this talked about soul family and also how the protector entity is around if you want to call upon it. Call to awakening. You'll be connecting more to the spirit guides that you have around you, to the spiritual realm. Maybe there'll be messages coming through, which was the whole point of this reading. Messages coming through. So let's pay attention to signs and synchronicities, maybe that are helping you recognize a call to action, call to awakening. I'm not really seeing what other, like something that's jumping out is like, this is the sign, but I am drawn to the butterfly wings on this picture, which, the butterfly is a really prominent symbol for transformation. And then we have the Two of Fire, the Two of Wands, which for me is talking about personal power. Look, a bridge, a red bridge. We were just asking if there were any signs maybe that would be coming through to talk about spiritual awakening or something indicating your journey. So we've got this red bridge here and the red bridge here. That is super cool. And I'm also drawn to the lantern in this card, how, normally in the hermit card, you would see the hermit carrying the lantern. So, this might be symbolized coming out of the cave, coming out of a prison, coming out of some kind of quiet time, recognizing your personal power to move forward on the journey. Okay, pile I just almost said pile 2 again. So thank you, Runaway Crystal, for that. Pile 1, from what we've seen so far, this message is telling you that the new year, 2023, of course it's timeless, so whenever you're watching this, is recognizing something through self-reflection and contemplation, maybe some time alone, recognizing a change that is either about to occur or needs to occur, or even just preparing for change, unexpected change in your life. Recognizing that you have the personal power to move forward on your journey. You can still keep parts of you that were in self-reflection, but don't let it keep you trapped, right? Like if this is a hermit trapped in this 8 of Swords cell prison, the person got out and took their lantern with them. Like, I'm going on this journey and I'm taking my lantern with me. I'm turning that key and I'm moving forward. I'm taking a step, or I'm thinking about what steps I need to take. Sometimes just recognizing that there's a next step to be taken is the first step of your journey. And you are supported by guides or people that have enough to give you and are willing to help. And you have your own experiences from the different times in your past, or dreams you've had, or thoughts you've had about the future where you want to go. You've got a lot of those to draw on for your inspiration and guidance. All right, pile one, let's get some more oracle cards for you. So far, I kind of like how kind of the theme. Oh, thank you. The theme of your reading is pretty clear. It hasn't been specific, but I think it's pretty clear what we're talking about so far. So I like that. This first oracle card that we're going to use is the Amazonian Angel Oracle. Rise of the Warrior Oracle. Just remembering that when we were trying to decide about the two cards from this oracle, that the one kind of bottom deck energy is warrior. So let's see. Let's pay attention to what's bookending, start to finish kind of thing with the way the cards have been here in this reading so far. One card, please. I remember. Oh, thank you. From the Amazonian Angel Oracle. Come on. Yeah. Number 2, Nabu, Angel of Sacred Wisdom. There is a lot going on in this card. So we've got the symbol here. That's the same symbol on the back of the card. So kind of when that happens, it's like, it makes me think of the overall essence of something, of what the deck is talking about. And this one is really talking about, as you can see from the title, working with angels, devas, and plant spirits. So let's keep that in mind. Sacred wisdom. Eyes. There's a lot of duality in this card. It's almost as if it's split in two and they're almost mirror images of each other. So maybe Gemini is significant for you guys. I don't know what's making me think of this, but the way that these figures are reminds me of the statues you see of the Anunnaki that were ancient entities, gods, some say aliens that came to Earth and helped start humanity in the Middle East. Maybe that will become relevant. This also looks like the Taj Mahal. This looks like a spire. This reminds me of a mosque. Not to get overly religious here, but I'm thinking that this is telling us, drawing on sacred wisdom that comes from all the different perspectives, right? So maybe think about where your ancestors came from. If you know, maybe find out more about that. Maybe there'll be something significant in your family history, soul family history. The guidebook is talking about how that Nabu is a winged deity from ancient Sumeria, which is that Anunnaki tide that I had mentioned. And it is definitely talking about duality. Initial message from this says, as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. So perfect, right? We were talking about messages coming between the earthly and the spiritual realms. And this is, I think, just a confirmation, a reinforcement this row is about additional guidance, clarification. This is talking about all the things that we talked about so far in this reading. But because it is duality, I'm thinking shadow and light. So dark, light. So considering the dark and light aspects of everything, the negatives and the positives. I was, trying to find some guidance for you or next steps for helping you along this journey, figuring out what this change is going to be, what the next step needs to be. And I'm just kind of brought to that classic, make a list. What are the positives? What are the negatives? Sometimes it doesn't have to be some grand mental exercise. Sometimes it's as simple as getting a piece of paper and a pen, a pencil, and writing down what's positive, what's negative. What do I like about this? What I don't. That could be your call to action to help you get out of this mental prison that either you or somebody else created for you. I was just drawn to this section of the card here. It looks like it's just brush strokes for the wall, but I'm seeing like a figure, like a page with the page boy haircut. I don't know if you can see it. It's right around in this area. I don't even know if it looks like that to you guys. And then I'm like, there's a video game, like old school video game, Legends of Zelda, I think, where they have I don't even know. I never even played that game, but for some reason that's going through with this weird little thing in there. So maybe that means something to somebody out there. If you do know what that's about, leave a comment. Let us know what you think that's what's going on there. I don't know enough about really video games or Legends of Zelda, or even if that was a cartoon or a video game, but I'd like to know if that means something to anybody out there. Okay, let's see what we have from the Great Mystics Oracle. We have Wild Witch. Grow with nature, seek solitude in work. Whatever this drawing is here, it kind of look, whatever it is, it's a spirally braid type thing coming out on top of her head. And it's reminding me of, the message that we got from this conch shell about creation and call to awakening. So maybe some advice for you is to get out to nature, work with nature, relax just by getting outside, having plants in your house. I recognize at the time of the reading that I'm doing this, that it's winter, and some of you may be in places where that doesn't sound like a fun thing to do, going outside, but you can always go somewhere where there's greenery. That's tying back to kind of the hermit theme here and the prison theme here. So I think from this, I'm getting, let's balance these two, right? Let's have time alone and rely on ourselves, give ourselves time and space to think and process. But don't make a prison of it. Make sure that you can step out with your lantern when you want to. The red in here, red is significant for, I just saw it on her side of her face there. And here, right, red has been a significant color that's been in this with the face paint here. Whatever's going on with her face there, the red bridges and the red amulets, stones. So maybe some red stones. If I'm not mistaken, garnet is one of the birthstones for January timeframe. So that may be significant to you. Maybe it's your birthday. If so, happy birthday. Yeah, I think right now this is reminding us to take time when we need it, but not to the point where we're locking ourselves in or out from the rest of the world. We're remembering that there are bridges to other perspectives or other people that may be of help to us. So the guidebook for this is really talking about how it's a message from this wild witch that is in the forest, and those who seek her can find her. But she also hides from those that have ill intentions. So that's, she's making herself available to help others. And this doesn't talk about receiving help, but I would add that in here. But keeping boundaries, which was, how this whole thing started. So that's just more confirmation, clarification, or enforcing what we've talked about so far. So from the Moon Magic deck, we have number 22, Silver Dollar. And look at that, a nice full moon. And I don't know what these are, but they look like dragonfly wings to me, but not really. This is falling right under the Two of Wands. So we have 222, angel number. I have a angel number book. This book that I have from Kyle Gray, I really like this. There's so many things that angel numbers can mean, but I'm really fond of this book because it's a nice, simple message and doesn't overcomplicate it, and it's something I can draw on. So for this book here, the 222 message says, you have the ability to lift up the hearts of all those around you like an angel on the earth. You were born to shine. Yay! I like that. With that angel number 222 talking about you being able to lift the hearts of people on earth like an angel on earth, I feel like that is your power, personal power, and relates to a call to action, call to awakening of some kind. So maybe you have a message that you need to get out. Maybe you are actually connected to different realms in some way, and this is a call to action to put that message out. It says you were born to shine. So if you were, I take that in two ways. One is kind of the Leo shiny celebrity and kind of like shining star energy. So I think that's confirmation. If you had some kind of goal to stand out in your field in some way, I think that's confirmation that that's what you were meant for, or what's meant for you, or a call to action for you to start doing what it is that makes you shine. And the second, born to shine, sometimes you meet people in life that you just feel good around. You feel like they have a glow, they're shining, they make you happy, and maybe you have that effect on somebody. And this is your call to action, call to awakening, to embrace what it is that makes you shine to others, and to yourself, of course, because that's always important. I feel like that's what's coming through right here. Prosperity, wealth, and abundance. So lucky you. Yay. So that goes right along with the 222. You were made to shine. That's good news. So your new year, hopefully that will come through for you. Prosperity, wealth, abundance. The guidebook said, this is a wonderful card. So there you go. This is a wonderful card. The guidebook for this says, when the silver dollar shines in your reading, it means any troubles with money are soon to be a thing of the past. For good fortune is on the way, and this card suggests lasting fortune rather than something more fleeting. So, since we had that angel message specifically mentioned born to shine, I think it's highlighting this card as a good luck message for you for the new year. So congratulations. I do hope that comes through for you. The guidebook urges you to pay attention to any changes that could lead to lasting fortune. So I think, all right, but we did have that Tower change card there. So maybe this change is more of a positive thing for you. The guidebook for this card ends by be grateful for what you have, kind of take stock of what you do have and be grateful for that. And I think that ties back to this card here. The wooden floor was meant to be a foundation, and the blessings that you already do have, stay grounded to those. But know that by stepping more into your personal power, you can increase that so that whatever prosperity, wealth, abundance means to you, you can increase that to the point that it's overflowing and you have enough to share with others. And the 222 message talking about lifting hearts, I think that's why. I think it's like whatever you are grateful for, you can take steps to increase that so you can share it with others. And this is a call to action, a call to awareness that opportunity exists for you. That's really positive. And from the last card, we have number 9. Take time out. Sometime alone is needed. We've heard that before in this reading, haven't we? So she's in nature, which ties back to this card here. She's reading something. She's got a nice, pleasant smile on her face. The person in this card looks really peaceful. So some time out is needed for you to process all of this. And I think we've seen that through your reading. I'm not going to dwell on it too much. If you do need time, don't feel guilty about it, right? Sometimes we do feel guilty about taking time for ourselves, and this is just a reminder that that's okay. So since I'm going to go back to this card, that was the second one that kind of wanted to come out, which was the Warrior card, and this is the Rise of the Warrior Oracle. So I feel like there was some connection there. See, we have the Protector and establishing healthy boundaries, taking time out. And this definitely adds on to it with, I ask for what I want because I deserve to get what I want. Why not, right? We try to help other people achieve their dreams and goals, so why not do that for ourselves? Because we deserve it. So for pile 1, I think this is a really good, positive message to you that you can move forward through things that may seem negative through your personal power and taking initial steps along your journey. I think it might be a call to action for you to share your message. But before you do that, I think it wants you to take stock, take time out to reflect on the positives and negatives of the situation that you're in, to set healthy boundaries, acknowledge what support you have and what support you can offer to other people. It is a connection between earth and spirit realms. So that's all over your reading. So I don't know if you have a way that you can convey what you're experiencing in this spiritual to the rest of the world, to the rest of us here on earth. That might be something for you. I mentioned before that red was a significant color with the 2 red bridges and the amulets and the face paint. So that's two of everything, right? 2 red bridges, 2 red amulets, 2 red face paints, or 2 red faces. And this is a duality card. This is asking you to focus on both sides of a situation. Take time out, consider the positives and negatives so that you can take the first steps for asking what you want, recognizing you deserve what you want, and then moving forward with that when you're ready, right? When you're ready. Okay, so pile 1, I think that's a really good message for you. Part of what I do with my readings, I move on and I have a standard set of cards that I use for additional kind of extended messages. I am going to take some time to kind of reorganize this, and then will go into the extended. Okay, so the first part of this extended version or portion, I'm going to start with going back to the tarot, the journey, and I like to use the transparent tarot. I've taken the cards that came out in your reading, and we'll be looking at the combined message that comes through when we stack the cards that came through for you. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, Spirit, anything from this combined message to help us? So, what I see here, starting with the 8 of Swords, this is talking about any mental blocks or mental prisons you may feel like you're in. Let's just call this any blockage or any way that you feel stuck, I think. It doesn't have to be mental based on how much the other elements were present in your reading. And this tower symbol looks like a pathway. So pathway of change, or changes leading to a pathway or a plan or a way out, or a way forward rather. And the 2 of Wands, if you can see here, the wands are stuck right in the path. It reminds me of like the walking sticks people use, or the way that they align on each side of this lightning symbol or the pathway. It's like your personal power as guideposts to stay on the path. Your strengths will help you stay on the path. And the cup is sticking out here with a hand coming out so you can see it really well. It's not all in the mess of jumble. So I think this is confirmation that your cup will be ready to be filled once you kind of recognize what this portion is talking about. Your cup will be ready to be filled. And with the abundance, wealth, prosperity, I think, and this card here, you'll eventually get to a point, if you're not already. If you are, congratulations, that's great. You'll eventually get to a point where whatever your gifts and abilities and strengths are, you will master that to a point where you can share that with others and be a light to others so you can help them without giving up your own, right? You don't want to spill this out just so somebody else can have it. Sometimes that's warranted, but most of the time you want to keep something for yourself through boundaries and taking time out when you need to. Okay, the next part of this reading, we're going to be using the spread machine cards, which is a spread machine cards just to get additional information on what's going on with your reading. So this first, we're going to take 3 cards. This is from the original spread machine. So it'll be like a overall theme for your, and we have heal, to mend, to tend your wounds, to relieve pain, to attend to wellness and health, and it has a message of expansion. And we're going to take a quest card for the tarot portion. Remembering that I said that weird, like, Legends of Zelda things, and then we're putting a quest card right, but this is like spiritual quest journey. It makes sense. One quest card for quest card, please. Thank you. Boss fight. Embark. The final challenge, the turning point, the climax of your story, catharsis, a test, the ultimate challenge and showdown. It's got an image of a dragon. And then the rest of, the final spread machine card is from the change extension pack of that. Use that for the third row here. One card, please, for the thank you. And we have call to action, connect, to bring together, to make a bond, to foster communication. So we have the healing card, which is kind of stepping out from any blockages that you might have. But what I'm focusing on is attend to wellness and health. So great. At the beginning of the new year, right? We're going to get ourselves in order. We're going to get our stuff together. Yeah, we are. So this is telling you not to forget about your health and wellness, taking time out through setting healthy boundaries. We've heard that through the entire reading here. The part that I think is interesting here is how this embark card that matches with the call to action, call to awareness, taking first steps, using your personal power. This is talking more like an ending or the final challenge. This was more like taking initial steps, and then we have this card coming out here talking about more like towards the end of your journey. So I almost feel like this is saying that this part right here that you're going through is your boss fight. This part here is what you're going through to get to this point. I think that's just highlighting there. And then this connection card, I'm focusing on how it says foster communication, because we do have the full moon, wolf moon, which is wolves howling at the moon indicates communication. And we're talking about messages between the realms. Whatever type of communication is involved in your situation, whether that's communicating with yourself about wants and needs, or communicating to others about support that you can offer or that they can offer you, or boundaries that need to be created. I think this is talking about when you're ready, get to a point where you can foster communication, get to a point where communication is healthy. Sometimes that's just communication with yourself, listening to your body, health and wellness. If you're listening to your body, look at how you feel. I mentioned somewhere earlier in the reading about paying attention to signs and synchronicities. I haven't forgot about that. I think I never checked the guidebook on this Taurus card. And the colors between boss fight and Taurus, I just want to check to see what that says there. Oh, nice. The first message in the guidebook for this card says, "I am worthy of luxury." So, yeah, you deserve the things that you want: health, wellness, wealth, prosperity, and abundance. You're worthy of it. The guidebook also says there's stability in taking time to slow down and break free from a fast-paced life. Use time to open yourself up to new things and adventures as well. So that's going back to all the different perspectives that you can consider. Astrology advice using the karma cards. We'll just go sign, house, planet until we get them, because then I can give them a good shuffle. Some astrology advice for file 1, please. About this. We've got a house with the 4th house. The 4th house is home, support, what makes you feel secure. That's great. That ties right in. And our planet, we have the South Node. Okay. So the South Node is said to be the tail of the Ouroboros serpent that circles the Earth. And also kind of where you're coming from, and with the North Node being where you would be going to, right? So that makes sense. This is already reemphasizing home, family, support. You're at a point that you're going to be moving forward from. And we have Gemini. Oh, perfect. Duality. I love it when the cards match. Sometimes I'm wishing for more messages. Let me give people more to think about. But sometimes it is what it is. And it's like, yeah, we told you. Take stock, move forward. I think this is just emphasizing everything we've already said before. Saying, yep, we mean what we said. Keep it simple, babes. We're going to get a divine door. How this line was like the overview energy. We're going to get a divine door card. Okay, so we have a tree. Oh, yay, a pathway to a tree. This looks like a keyhole. We have the key here. These look like abundant fields. I don't know what the plant is in there, but it looks like it's doing pretty well, pretty healthy. And then we have the tie back to nature here. So it says, begin here. Do not fear what travel brings, my dear. The moment is yours. Begin now here. Pass this card on. Don't fear the journey. The moment is yours. Begin. The moment is yours to own your personal power, to begin the next step of your journey and move forward from anything that you might have been stuck with. Begin here. First steps. Yeah, right. Okay. Begin here. Take the first steps. Take the steps. Stay grounded, but take the first steps. All right. Let's get a blind spot card to help us fill in any missing areas, anything that we may not have considered, anything that might come out of nowhere from our blind spot, shake things up. Let's see. Here's the sigil with number 51, reduces to 6. So I think this area of the sigil represents you. A little bit of chaos maybe, but it's also kind of a happy little gingerbread man. And this is you embarking on a path. But before you do that, if you can see the arrow starts here, before you do that, you're considering taking time out to consider where you've been and where you want to go. And then you start on your path. And all this jumbled knot here unwinds to go on your path with you, but it's not a blockage anymore. That's what I'm getting from this card. Let me check to see what the Creator. Okay, so the Creator talks about this sigil representing belief. The guidebook and the Creator talk about how right now this situation that you're in is just a belief. This is talking about a belief. The guidebook is talking about a belief is telling you that you're not seeing clearly. So that's your Eight of Swords. She says, one belief that you are holding is making one belief or more that you are holding is making it impossible for you to see what is true. Hello, Eight of Swords. Unless you become aware of it, you will be acting on misinformation. You must identify, question, and potentially replace that belief. All right, so that goes back into everything we've been talking about taking stock, taking care of yourself so that you're ready to move forward, so that you move forward correctly. With that, though, I want to say that we can get analysis paralysis, right? By where we think and think and think and think and think and worry and worry and worry. In that case, the advice to you is take a step. It doesn't have to be a big giant leap. We don't have the Fool card anywhere here. This is all about pragmatic steps. This whole reading is thoughtfulness, reflection, methodical moving forward, pragmatism. Baby steps, girl or boy, or however you identify. Baby steps. Baby steps. So yeah, you want to make sure that you have a true understanding of what's going on before you move forward, so that you move forward in the right way. But isn't that life all the time? Right? We never want to move forward and say, oh, I'm going to go this way because it's the wrong thing to do. At least I think most of us do. Let's take some baby steps with whatever we're doing here. No drastic actions. Maybe something drastic will happen in your life, but that doesn't mean your reaction has to be drastic and dramatic. All right, let's get us some information from the Synchronicity Oracle. Oh, okay. One card already jumping out at us. All right, that one that jumped out at us is spring. Boom, spring. Well, it sprung right out of the deck. So I can't exactly remember which portion of the reading before I was talking about looking for signs and synchronicities. But this Synchronicity Oracle is hopefully going to help us get some more information on that. Oof, okay, so we got Raven. The Creator. That doesn't have to be a bad omen. I know some people do associate with like negative things, but I don't actually. I feel like they are agents of change. They're messengers of spirit. In this case, the Creator says the raven will carry you into and out of the darkness. That's perfect, right? From this phase of the journey to this phase, the raven will be there guiding you with messages, signs. Maybe pay attention to that as a potential sign for you. Into and out of the darkness. Sometimes you got to go in. You got to go within, even if it's scary. But you'll have a guide. You'll have support. You don't have to be alone. You can ask for support. And when I say ask for support, I don't necessarily mean go find a person or a teacher or a mentor. That can be spiritual support, emotional support from spirit, from Mother Earth, from whoever. Mother Earth. I would say that the raven, rather than it saying something specific, I would say it's just a reminder of this reading, what you've heard in this reading, which has been a pretty consistent message throughout, right? Card from the Color Goddess Oracle to see if there is any color we should be paying attention to within the reading, or potentially as a sign or symbol. Any colors we should be paying attention to, or that want to come through and highlight anything. There you go. We've got brown. Earth, foundation, seeds. Beautiful. You've got a seed sprouting here, which is indicative of your call to action. You're moving forward in your next steps. We've got foundations, which is also, look at that. Earth is about grounding, and we've had the red symbols here, so maybe root chakra work will be of use and help to you. Root chakra, talks about our foundations and our basic needs, so let's tend to those. Tend to wellness and health. Let's tend to our end. Take stock of what it is that you already have to be thankful for. That's your starting point, is ground yourself, take stock of what you have so that you can identify strengths, gifts, abilities that'll help you move forward. Taking along with you what you recognized and what you learned during your time of reflection. This is really neat. So in the guidebook for this, I'm going to put this here. You can pause if you want. It's kind of tying everything together real nicely. It's basically restating everything that we've talked about. A door leading to a new beginning. It says, if you have a question right now, her answer is that the solution lies within the core of the issue. So that's foundations, getting back to the basics. And we have that. Oh dear, the answer is within you. Oh boy. Okay, yeah. Now what? When I hear that, it means get back to basics and figure out essential messages. So what's the core of something? Right? You may want wealth and prosperity and abundance. But for the most part, I don't think most people want that just to have a big stack of money. There's a reason why they want the money. There's something they want to do with money. So that would be an example of figuring out the core. I want to get rich because I want to be able to travel the world, to learn more, to see more. I want to get rich because I want to put that money into a house, a home, a family, so I can support myself and support the ones that I love. Don't just stop on, I want the money. Go back to thinking about the core, what it is you want to do with that. And then there may be other things that you can do or other support you can get to get there. It doesn't have to be maybe what you thought. If it is what you thought initially, great, move forward. If not, maybe there's another option for you. We're going to finish this reading with two more things. We're going to ask for some advice from alchemy on how to process all of this using the different elements. And then we're going to get a final affirmation and question to close out. So this is the alchemist tool. We've got the different elements here. I'm going to keep that because that jumped right out, and that was the number 4. Landed on the 4. Okay. What advice can we get for processing this information? We have 5 for fire, 7 for earth, and 3 for air. So we've got the sun. I'm going to just read this message for you, and then we'll talk about act as the life-giving sun whose great love for all pushes back the darkness to reveal what has been hidden. Radiate healing energy and warmth to enable what is struggling to be born to act on its own and grow. Like the strongest and bravest of leaders, proudly demonstrate your awareness of the fact that one who would lead must serve all. Affirm your support for those who stand for truth and friendship. Allow your creative ability to make your life a work of art and your art a work of life. All right, for the air element, we have weather vane, number 3. Be aware that your alchemy process is going to keep you quite busy emulating the functional artistry and craftsmanship of the venerable weather vane. Your ability to stay flexible will be tested as both the course of action you have chosen and the resistance to its progresses are forced to change direction in an unpredictable fashion. Tower card. You will be challenged to work continuously, keeping your information current while at the same time focusing mainly upon what your most recent information has shown you to be true. Try and figure out the truth, but don't stew on it to the point where you put yourself in a position or block yourself from moving forward, because it's what you know at the moment to be true. And then take a baby step, as baby steps allow you to change course, correct actions without it completely derailing everything. And for, oh crap, what was the number for this? All right, we're going to re-roll that. Okay, 4 is waves. Like the ocean waves with their never-ending moon-born cycle of crests and troughs, you will be tossed about by the emotional events of this world where the only constants are duality and change. The cycles we find ourselves passing through offer us the full range of perspectives to savor between the high and low points of our experience. We cannot expect, nor should we seek, a time in life where we are not subject to these often rapid ups and downs for movement. For movement is the sign of life's unique process. I think that's good. Okay. 3. Sorry, guys, I didn't remember what that number was. So we're going with 3. Garden. Yay, garden. You will know the beauty of the garden, and there, almost hidden by the flowers, you will find your path divides in 2, or is it 3-foot paths? You will have many beautiful choices, but will have to choose from these equally attractive trails. It will not be easy, for only one may be the right way for you to go. Let your personal taste guide you in your choice. All right. Yeah, don't get caught up in finding the exact right path, okay? Take some time to take stock, but not forever. You can't dwell on things forever. Get to a point where you recognize your personal power gives you you have some kind of strength, gift, ability to take the next step. Baby steps, the next step. Let your personal taste guide you in your choice, for your reaction to the color, shape, and smells of the various plants can lead you to your goal better than any map or decision based upon logic. Logic would be the Eight of Swords, or the air element from swords, right? So this is asking you to tune into the rest of your senses. Sometimes you get in an aversion to something. I mean, they say that about rotten food, right? So that we don't eat it. But sometimes if you go into a place, you're just like, this doesn't feel right, so you move on. All right, let's close this out with a affirmation and question for you to consider as you move forward on this. I think this has been pretty consistent. There we go. We will start with the affirmation. I'm going to put it here so you can see it. Today, I choose to nourish my body by making healthy choices. Nice. Attend to your wellness and health. What foods will I avoid today? How will I reiterate this affirmation to myself when I crave something that doesn't align with my health goals? We were talking about balance, I think, and boundaries. But then we also have a point that says you deserve what you want, right? So that is reinforcing the message of finding a healthy balance of boundaries and recognizing that you deserve what you want. All right, pile one. So you have a pretty consistent message here, which ties in nicely with what traditionally we do at the new year, which is taking stock on where you are, taking stock of where you've been, and thinking about where you want to be. What changes can you anticipate or can you make happen in order to take the baby steps along your journey? I think this is talking about not doing anything dramatic or drastic at this point. Just use the winter time to make baby steps, to make small changes, and first to reflect and take the time you need to think about what it is you really want. I hope this message has been helpful for you, pile one. I've enjoyed your reading. I think it ties in nicely to the new year. And please leave comments, like, subscribe, all those things. And I will hopefully see you in the next reading. Bye. Hi, pile two. Welcome to your reading. This is a reading for spirit messages for the new year, 2023. Also coinciding with the time of the full wolf moon in January 2023, but this doesn't have to be only for this time. It's a timeless reading. So anytime there's a full moon, anytime you happen to click on it, beginning of something new. You've chosen pile two with the orange calcite sphere. And this sphere is said to help with healing, positive solutions, innovative ideas, creative goal setting, and motivation. You come to the reading with the Radiant Tarot, and the creators of this deck envision the deck as a pathway to creativity, to ignite your inner spark of imagination, innovation, creativity. So I think that if you've come to this pile, you are probably a creative or looking for something in the new creative, imaginative arena. To start this reading, we're going to set the tarot aside for a moment and get some oracle cards so that we can get an overall idea of the energy that's coming through for this pile. And within 4 oracle cards. Hopefully that'll help you know whether it's a message that you want to listen to or if you want to move on for today to something else. One card from the Intuition Oracle, please. Before I get into the oracle cards, I wanted to let you guys know that this crystal, when I was doing pile 1 reading, it had a mind of its own, kind of jumping into the screen here when I just barely touched it, kind of took off across my table. So I took that as kind of a sign that maybe if people in piles 1 and pile 2 might be connected. I'm not necessarily bringing pile 1's energy into this reading. However, I wanted to make that note in case for some reason it would help you decide if you didn't like this pile or if the two overlap or what have you. So the first oracle card we have is from the Intuition Oracle, and these start with an image on top, on the front side of the card, and then we have an affirmation, kind of and a archetype on the back. Automatically, I'm seeing the arrows. Those are the bow and arrows, and the doves are pretty prominent here. We've got this nice orange sphere, so sun energy coming through, Sagittarius energy, maybe Sagittarius with a sun sign or in a fire element of your chart is relevant. You also have a prominent tree here, so earth element. Let's see the number 23, the experimenter, with the affirmation, I am strong and secure enough to experiment as I see fit. Okay, so I am happy to see that the first card is matching with the energy of the crystal in the deck in terms of experimenting. Experimenting is trying something new, trying something that may or may not work. So this reading may be talking about you having plans to try something new and you're not sure about it, having questions about whether or not you want to do that. 2 and 3 add up to 5, which is a number of change. So this is a great card to start off with. Let's see what we have with the gods. Goddesses, guards, and guardians. Baba Yaya with patience. Oh, look, and you got the wolf. So that is a nice match with the wolf moon cycle that we're in at the moment. The guidebook for this card mentions that the silver wolf here is Baba Yaya's time-traveling spirit teacher. So that may be an animal or spirit guide for you to look into. Baba Yaya is known as the old woman in Eastern Europe to the Slavic people, and to Russians is a forest witch who travels in a cauldron through the air, which is pretty awesome. And this is really talking about persevering through your journey without grasping for immediate gratification is the main thing I took from the creator in the guidebook. So we have the experimenter, creativity, starting something new, being patient. The guidebook mentions not to rush for instant gratification, so be patient on this new endeavor. The crystal that's coming through is number 39. Reduces to 12, reduces to 3 with turquoise. I'm noticing the kind of color match between the turquoise and these columns here, which remind me of the High Priestess card with the duality, having multiple sides, multiple perspectives. The creator of this deck talks about turquoise being about true riches. It's copper infused, and copper is an element that enhances energy. But the creator is talking about turquoise being a good fortune stone from the time of antiquity. And it goes on to talk about attuning to inner riches. It says your pathway is one of self-realization. Qualities you cultivate now drive your spiritual evolution forward. Release what no longer serves you. And the timing of this talks about Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Pisces. So I think, Sagittarius energy coming through twice here. Okay, let's see what we have from the Spirit Ally. 32 mushrooms. So we have a mirroring number here, 2, 3, 3, 2, both reduced to 5. 5, 5, 10 reduces to 1 or 0. 1 and 0, excuse me. Change moving towards new beginnings. With mushrooms and experimenter, I'm not advocating one thing or another, but mushrooms are within the category of psychedelics and experimental drugs, which makes me think of ayahuasca a little bit, even though they're not exactly related. Not sure how that ties in right now, but it's just a thought that I had. The initial message from the guidebook says, I see the magic. The main thing I'm taking from the guidebook from this card is it says, the universe wants you to know that you have grown into a beautiful and powerful force, and you should be proud of where you are today. Don't get too comfortable, though. There is always more to life than meets the typical eye. So I see the magic. So this is telling you you have accomplished a lot already. Take a moment to think about everything you have accomplished so far. Don't get too comfortable so that you stop wanting to grow and improve. Improve might not be the right word, but like develop, grow, learn new things. Okay, so I think we have a pretty good idea of the overall energy of this pile so far. So let's get some tarot from the Radiant Tarot. I'm going to do 4 cards. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay. Which way? This one actually came out 4 of Wands in reverse. So it came up upright or face up. So we'll start with that one. And this one came up face up as well as 5 of Cups. The 4 of Wands upright would look like this. Reverse looks like this. Either way, we have a cross X pattern here. In this case, I kind of think like this, if this was upright, this is the way that this is adorning. Like it's placed upon these wands as a decoration, and with it in the reverse, I almost see it as cradling and growing. Like maybe this is a garden stake and this is growing. So I think this feeds into the idea of growth. The 4 of Wands is typically, about celebration. So yeah, this talked about you already being a powerful force. So celebrate what you have already accomplished and lay the framework for continued growth. Yeah, so the first keyword they have for this card is home. And it talks about how crossing the wands in this way, create four planted feet for like a table or a chair, and it's supposed to be symbolic of the four cornerstones of a house or home. This is something about home, your support structure, the frameworks of something. Fourth house comes to mind. The other key words that they have for this are belonging, connection, rooted, root, or rootless. So in the reverse way of reading this, it may be that you're feeling disconnected from family, from home, from the roots that you came from. Maybe there's something going on there. The signs associated with this, it's a fire element with wands. But Leo and Sun are other signs associated with this. So we've got the Sun, the other fire sign here, fire sign action, creation, motivation. And then we have the Five of Cups here. This followed by the Five of Cups. I'm immediately drawn to the red in this and how this talked about roots. So root chakra may be something that either needs work or that your accomplishments have come from. Maybe you've made some great strides right now with working through any issues related to root chakra. The Five of Cups traditionally is talking about, in the traditional tarot, you'll see a person looking at spilled cups. When they have cups that are upright, you have that indicated here, but it's also in a nice pattern, a structured pattern. So from here, I'm getting something really framework and structure. Okay, so the keywords that the creators have for the Five of Cups are grief, loss, acceptance, and growth. So growth coming through twice, right in a row. So this is talking about some kind of patient growth, maybe through experimenting with new things and remembering that you've already accomplished a lot. The creator talks about these lilies being both a sign of purity and pain. So maybe there are some growing pains that you're going through. And if so, continue to be patient and push through, persevere on your journey. If I would have to say kind of the overall thing so far for you is we have exactly what I just said. A period of growth, potentially with growing pains, that needs a solid framework and structure to continue growing upon. And you're going to be balancing, because we had these, mirroring 2-3 and 3-2, balancing where you've come from and what you've already accomplished with trying new things. So you don't want to throw everything that you've accomplished away just to try something new. You need to take something from what you've already accomplished into the next phase of your journey. It's not a complete clean break. It's next steps, like adding a next layer to your journey. Let's see what we came out with the first cards there. We have Ace of Wands in reverse. Upright would look like this. Sun coming through prominently here, another wand. This spiral and the way the wand is kind of reminds me of the Yule log, so kind of beginning of the new year. If this were upright, this would be the hand is raising this up towards the sun, and in the reverse, I'm almost seeing like the hand coming down to the sun. So this is something coming in from the higher realms to help you with a new creative endeavor. I don't know if there's anything specific the creators mean for the way the hand is here, but because the fingers are not necessarily just grabbing on, Mudras may be something that you want to consider working with. I don't know enough about those to give you any specific advice on that, but I know that are some practitioners out there that use mudras to help focus energy. Oh, yay! So the keywords are kindle, beginning, creative spark, and blocked. So if we were to read the reverse of this as a block in creative energy. So in the traditional or the upright way, in the creator's description of the imagery, it says, the hand emerging from the pond gifts you with a flaming wand. So we have the cups here that is the water element. So this may be talking about the hand coming out of a structure or a framework to help you find that creative spark. But in your case, I think rather than coming from below or the material or the earthly realm, your creative spark is going to come from above, from the stars. If you see the way the sleeve is decorated there, it looks like stars. I think we're talking about some kind of divine inspiration. And 10 of Wands. Lots of fire energy coming through for you here. So we go Ace, 10, 4, 5. We already had a 10 created out of these two cards, which talked about experimenting, seeing the magic to create a 10. The 10 of Wands typically talks about a burden being carried. In this case, it looks like they've been neatly planted in a pot with layers. I talked about layers before, how this reading is talking about adding a layer to your journey, adding upon things that you've already accomplished to possibly get through a creative block. And again, we have framework and structure coming through significantly. Even your 10 of Wands are nicely organized here. There's not really any energy here that seems chaotic to me. This seems to be like methodical planning, methodical steps, methodical thinking. Yeah, the Baba Yaga talked about patience and not rushing in for instant gratification, taking things step by step. So no drastic changes right now for you, at least not yet. Right now it's saying pause, which is, during the time of this reading, it's winter. So that's always a good time for pause and reflection. Okay, let's get you some more oracle cards. The first deck we're going to get from is the Amazonian Angel Oracle. Okay, I didn't even shuffle, but this card popped right out upright. This is the Great Mystic Oracle, and this card popped right up. It's your path of light. Follow and trust. Do not stray. Darkness encroaches. Okay, we're going to take that one first. Let me draw the final oracle here for this row from the Moon Magic Oracle. Your path of light. Creative spark. Divinely guided creative spark. Helping you continue on the light path while avoiding any darkness that may be trying to create those blocks, maybe trying to distract you, tempt you. So follow and trust. And this, to me, talked about divine inspiration. So it may not be exactly clear to you at the moment what is going on with your next steps or layer, of the journey. This is saying follow and trust, and we've got divinely guided inspiration here. Yeah, and look in this card, look at all the layers. The artwork in here is all about layers. And the figure in this card is turquoise. She's actually holding a lantern. Her hand and her body are turquoise, but her sleeve is red. So root chakra, holding the light, frameworks. So if you're in a position right now where you don't feel like you have a solid foundation, framework, structure, maybe you feel like you're standing on shaky ground, it might be time to figure out how to stabilize a little bit. And in order to do that, stabilize before moving forward. So you've already accomplished a lot. You have 3 cups already here holding something. 3 cups holding purity, peace, and pain. So figure out how to take those elements to create a more solid framework that'll support the next layer of growth. We'll try and get some more practical guidance for you as we move forward about exactly how to do that, because, that sounds nice. Let's see if we can get some guidance somehow for doing that. Actually, these have good affirmation or statements. Let's take this one first. Yay! We have divine law, things going in your favor. Number 47, which reduces to 11. Ace of Wands, 10, 11. This is Libra energy here coming through with balance. We've got the 2 columns here that speak to balance as well. Justice is blind. The divine law. This is a confirmation for you to seek guidance from above, not below. So maybe pay close attention to any advice you're getting from people around you at the moment, because the guidance that you need, according to this reading, is coming from above, and sometimes that is filtered through ourselves, through our own intuition, through our own thoughts. Sorry, that's my dog growling. So that's kind of funny. I was talking about pay attention to people around you that are maybe giving you advice. My dog is just growling at the wind blowing some things around outside. It's okay, puppy. So protection, you're protected. Things are going in your favor, which we had from the kind of fortune, good luck stone energy coming from the turquoise there. Things are going in your favor on your path of light. Follow and trust. That's a pretty good message right there. Okay, let's see what the Amazonian. We have, look at all that fire energy. 25 reduces to 7. We have Shungo Nina, the deva of the element of fire. Well, yeah, thank you for coming through on this one. Confirmation that we are focusing on. Okay, so, we talked about you've already accomplished a lot, and we had the root structure. The root chakra here, talking about structure. So maybe it's talking about the next layer of your journey to add on to what you've already accomplished should be focused in the fire element. So that's action, creativity, inspiration. So once you've gotten to a place where you feel like you have a stable foundation, a stable framework to work from, then the next step along your path is to figure out what action to take. And that doesn't have to be dramatic. This is a pretty dramatic card here. But your action doesn't have to be dramatic. This is a winding path that could get off track pretty easily, I would say, because it says, do not stray, darkness encroaches. So I don't take this as a bad omen of any kind, because you have so much positivity so far already in your reading. Yeah, and like I said before, I don't see any really chaotic energy in your reading. So I think the next layer to add on, the next step for you in your journey, is something pragmatic, something small, some kind of action you can take to avoid instant gratification. Maybe that's what's creating your creative blockage, is seeking instant gratification, because Baba Yaga is urging patience in this situation. So patience, pragmatism, avoiding darkness. Instant gratification could be any kind of temptation, something that may look great and immediately make you feel good, may be short-lived. It may be a short-term solution. Maybe sometimes short-term solutions are okay just to get you on to your next step. They don't always have to be negative. We don't always have to figure out the long-term plan. But the important thing with short-term solutions is to recognize the timing of them. Short-term, recognize that they are short-term. It's not something you can do forever. I said timing, so we had timing coming from the turquoise stone, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Pisces. So Pisces is coming up next at the time of this reading. The Sagittarius is featured prominently for you here. Scorpio and Pisces are both water signs, so that's great. We have, the fire and water signs here. In terms of timing, Pisces is coming up, so within a month or more, a little over a month. So if we take from where we are at this point, when the reading's actually being done, from Pisces to Scorpio to Sagittarius, that's like half a year's time, if not a little bit more. So that's a good indication for the new year that what you're going to be working on is going to be half a year to a year long, adding the next layer to whatever it is you're working on. You've got some kind of framework, and the next layer is going to be, so within the next half a year to a year, you're going to be working on adding the next layer to that, keeping in mind that you might have some divine inspiration coming through, and to help light your path. Follow and trust. As I was grabbing the guidebook for this, the bottom of the deck energy for this came through as number 17, Angel of the Mineral Realm. So to me, that's just reminding me to focus on what we talked about from that turquoise card. And 17 is the star card in tarot, which is talking about your dreams and becoming self-actualized. But also it talks about divine guidance, because the figure in the star card is, pouring water into the earth. The creator for this deck, the guidebooks, talks about this Deva Shunga Nina being the personification of the spiritual forces that inform the natural world. So you have confirmation here of some kind of divine guidance coming through. So this whole section here is talking about divine guidance and following your path, following and trusting what you feel is divinely guided inspiration. And I recently read something in a personal reading that I was doing for myself that talked about how divine guidance will always be kind. So even if divine guidance is something that's difficult, it'll be presented in a kind way. So that will be a way for you to recognize when something is coming through, to follow and trust and not get distracted by the darker forces that may be trying to create blockages or lead you astray. Divine guidance is always kind. It doesn't mean it's always what you want, but it's always presented in a kind way. The final thing from the guidebook that I want to mention is talks about how fire can't be contained. Fire is very prominent in your reading. It talks about fire cannot be contained. It needs freedom to breathe, to spark, to grow. Doesn't want to be contained. So, and in order to contain it, you do need a framework. You do need a structure. You need to have your fire pit built nicely. You need to have the fire in a fireplace and a candle holder. So because we had the initial, these two cards came out and we talked about that being framework and structure, I think this is saying that you shouldn't plan on dwelling in that nice, comfy structure framework that you've worked so hard to create, because your passion, your inspiration, your creativity is going to want to break out of that at some point. So don't hunker down so long that this comes bursting out and combusting like fire, but make sure you give that fire room to grow in a methodical, controlled way. Sometimes in agriculture and forestry, you have to do a controlled fire to get rid of all the undergrowth and underbrush so that you don't have massive wildfires being sparked and destroying all the crops, all the forest, all the wilderness. So this is talking about looking for areas that need to be cleared out. That saying about let go of what doesn't serve you anymore. When you start growing plants, you may start them in a greenhouse, in a pot, but some plants eventually get to a point where they need to be planted in the ground so that they can grow naturally. They can extend their roots naturally into the ground and further, which creates even more stability. And then they can spread out wherever they're planted in the ground. They can grow as tall as they want. They're not in a greenhouse, which would reach a roof. They can grow as high as they want. They can spread out as far as they want because they're not in a pot anymore. If we're talking about creative sparks, starting something new, adding another layer to your journey, to your project, to whatever, maybe it needs to be nurtured in the beginning, but pay attention, just like we talked about with short-term solutions. Maybe it needs to be nurtured in the beginning, but at some point it needs to be given the freedom to grow naturally. And we're not forcing anything here because we're not rushing into something for instant gratification. All right, let's see from the Moon Magic. This is falling right under the mushroom card from the Spirit Allies that said, I see the magic, and it's the Moon Magic card. Number 3, Waxing Crescent. So this is also new beginnings, right? The waxing is the first waxing crescent, kind of after the new moon is the first moon phase that we get into. We're in the wolf moon. Remember, we had the wolf here on the Baba Yaya card. So if I lay these this way, the wolf is looking down from above. Oh, nice. Okay. I think spirit guide from wolf or canine energy may be significant or helpful for you, because this wolf is, when I place these together, the wolf is looking down. It's below the moon. Here, this is above the sun. So between the sun and the moon. Anyway, okay. Let me not get it too far ahead. This is looking down onto the valley between the mountains there, which is a pathway of light. drawing our attention, highlighting this path, which if we could figure out what that path is supposed to be, that would be awesome. Maybe we don't know right now. It's follow and trust. I think with that, I just heard stay the course, continue on the path, continue on the path. This card, this is a matter of perspective where, this is a larger path, a brighter path, and then it looks like it's narrowing. This figure may be tempted to turn around and backtrack or retreat into the safe structure. But this is saying stay the course, continue moving forward. Yeah, continue moving forward so that you can nurture in a healthy way that creative spark that's in you, so it doesn't get so contained that you end up combusting. And what I was saying about, this divine, I'm equating this wolf to this divine guidance, wolf spirit to this divine guidance coming down, and how I said this was above the sun and this is below the moon. So to me, that's between the sun and the moon. When you have the sun and the moon together, that sometimes to me indicates alchemy. And at the end of this reading, we'll be getting some additional information from alchemy. So we'll keep in mind that may be a significant portion of this reading. But also cycles, right? The sun and moon have to rise and set. Each one has a cycle where they rise and set. And between the sun and the moon also to me speaks of the times of dawn and dusk, and of those twilight times of day. All right, so the guidebook for this has keywords serendipity, motivation, and change. So that's a great card to end this little portion of the reading, because we have serendipity, which is divinely guided path, things going in your favor. Motivation, which is the fire element, and change, which is the 5 that we had from these 2 cards, and 5 of Cups also. Oh, yay! This card in the guidebook, it says, listen to this. Your path is being smoothed out before you, and it may start to feel like heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are being moved in your favor. So that's just confirmation of things that we've already talked about. I love that. It says, even small steps will get you somewhere. So take whatever action you can right now to move your dreams closer to reality. Yay! I love that. It says this could be something as simple as a web search, a phone call, an email, but do something now while the current energies are on your side. That's great. And we talked about timing as well. So maybe that's an indication for you that if you were thinking about making that phone call or sending that email or starting some research to learn something about something new to figure out your next steps, that may be confirmation for you to go ahead and do that. That's a small step that could move you along your path and add that extra layer. That's beautiful. I love that pile too. So, this is the main portion of your reading. I also have a set of cards that I use for the end of my readings to give additional information. I'm going to move on to that portion now. So give me a moment to reset so that I can fit the cards appropriately. Okay, the next portion we're going to get into, first we're going to start off with the transparent tarot. And these are transparent cards that you can overlap to get a good picture. So I want to, I've taken the cards that came out in your reading here, and we're going to layer them. Layers is all through your layers. So hopefully we'll get some good information here. So we have the Ace of Wands in reverse. Have the 10 of Wands. Have the 4 of Wands in reverse. Then we have the 5 of Cups. Okay, so let's layer these. See what picture we have. Whoa. Initially, I'm drawn to how prominent this overlap between the 10 of Wands and the 5 of Cups is here. In traditional tarot, not necessarily how we read it here from the Radiant Tarot, but in traditional tarot, that's the burdens you're carrying and your grief over loss. And it's almost sidelined here, put into a corner by this fire coming down. The way the wand is here, it's like coming down. That's the divine guidance, I think, coming down. And with these figures being reversed, this looks almost like a cave or a pathway right here. These are mountains, and you have the duality of the columns there. So before, when I was showing the wolf spirit guidance coming through, I talked about how the wolf was looking down between the mountains, saying, stay the course on your path. And if these are mountains here, this is the divine guidance coming through, saying, stay the course on your path. Your path is protected. Things are going in your favor. This, I think, is talking about how your path is protected. So you'll be protected as you move forward. So as you're trying to figure out that next step, that next small action that you're going to take, you can find comfort in knowing that you're protected, you're divinely guided, your divine inspiration will come from you. I mean, if you want to protect your spirit, talk about wolf moon, full moon energy. Let me grab a card for you from this card. This is the Witching Hour Oracle. This right here is the wolf moon card for the full moon phase, and it's number 2, protection. And it's got that wolf there. I really wanted to show this to you just because of how this just came together here with the wolf and the wolf looking down on the path and the path being protected. See if we can pop that right there. The guidebook for this card talks about taking time for you to reflect and meditate on what it is in your life that needs protecting. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and switch these just because this wolf really wants to be guiding your path, telling you to stay the course, and then it's watching you. So what in your life needs protecting? Use your intuition to figure out what it is in your life that needs protection. And I feel like that is really drawing us back to how we said your next step, the next layer of your journey, or the next layer, the next action that you're going to take isn't drastic. It's a small step. And so I think this is telling you, 1, you're divinely guided, you're protected. So find comfort in that. And 2, remember that you are already powerful and forceful. You are already a powerful force. Meditate and use your intuition. Reflect. I say meditate, but really reflect and use your intuition to figure out what portion of what you've already accomplished that established a framework that you're working on that you can protect and keep solid so that you don't lose your foundation. If you still feel like you're on shaky ground, which you could with this reversal and the 10 of Wands and the darkness around this path, then your next step is to figure out how to build a more solid foundation or framework so that you can move forward securely. So what is it that you've already accomplished that you can protect to keep your foundation solid so that you have a nice solid foundation to move forward? What framework can you use so that you're getting the most use out of what you've already accomplished, getting rid of what doesn't serve you anymore, and experimenting with something new? Or waiting for that divine guidance to come through and then moving on. And you're going to want to do that from a solid foundation. All right, let's continue on. We're going to get a divine door card. I just was noticing the wolf here, the way that it's positioned in each of those cards. It's behind the figure. One is looking straight at you, and one is looking forward towards the future. So yeah, nothing's going backwards in this reading. I can see everything's moving forward. So that to me is reinforcement that you're protected and guided on your path. You want that card to come out? Okay. You're divinely guided and protected along your path. The support is there when you want it or need it. Okay, this is the divine door that came out. Look at that. Turquoise, fire, brick red. Those may be significant colors for you. This looks like, even though that's what is that? Could be some kind of hinge holding it together, but it also reminds me of this big wand coming down. So this says, distant dream. The distance calls your heart to roam free. As you dare dream it, so must it be. We talked about how fire can't be contained and that freedom is important. So this is talking about your heart being free. So grief and burdens may have been creating a blockage in your heart. And that may be a focus for you right now, healing your heart. And it says, as you dare dream it, so must it be. This is confirmation that what you're dreaming about in terms of what you want to accomplish, what you want your future to be like, is part of your path. It's along your path to follow those dreams. I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but it's like whatever dreams you're having. And in this case, I'm thinking dreams in terms of more of like what you want, but it could also be drawing us to pay attention to your actual dreams when you're sleeping. And it says, as you dare dream it. So some courage is going to be required here. Here, I'll show you this one more time before I put it down. I'm going to put it down this way because I like those keywords popping out at me. There you go. Oh, there you are, Wolf. Okay, we're going to continue moving forward here with the spread deck cards. And these, the spread machine cards, series of cards. The creator of this has really made some cards that help for me kind of frame. I love framework, so this whole part right here, I'm all about that. What frameworks are we working within? But this creator has created a deck that does talk about frameworks and archetypes and things like that to help give additional information in your readings. Thank you. So we've got heal, to mend, to tend your wounds, to relieve pain, to attend to health and wellness. And a keyword expansion on the back, the bottom there. So this card did come out in pile 1. I remember this renegade crystal took a roll jumping into pile 1's reading. So maybe check pile 1. May resonate with you. This card came out just as we were talking about heart there. Heart healing. When I think of heart, I think of love, I think of emotions, but I also think of things that speak to your heart, the core of who you are. So if it's not love and emotions that you're dealing with right now, it could be what is at your core. What is your essence at the core? Does that need to be refined, healed? The core goes back to the root chakra. The colors are the same in these two cards. And remember, the little saying for this card was, I see the magic. Something to do with healing, magic. It could be actual magic, but it's also like the small wonders, the small blessings that you get every day. The magic that happens when things align. Let's continue on. The next card we're going to get is the quest card from the expansion pack of this red machine. It's this color. 1 card, please, for the tarot layer. We've got treasure. Rewards or items gained. Unexpected gifts. Magic. Prosperity and abundance. And the bottom word is embark. Unexpected gifts. I see the magic. So pay attention to things you may not be expecting to come through. Those might be things maybe, and when I say unexpected, I don't mean like surprise. It could be. If so, I think it'll be a positive one because it says things are going in your favor and you're divinely guided here. But also unexpected gifts are things that maybe you wouldn't necessarily think of either as a gift or as a sign, as an opportunity. So this is going to seem a little bit self-fulfilling, reassuring, whatever, but I think of unexpected gifts as things that happen that maybe you wouldn't have thought of before. So like the way I actually discovered tarot, not that I discovered it, but the way that I got into tarot is I did a Google search in a time when I was pretty down. So what is my life purpose? Google search. And the first kind of section that came up was a YouTube video for a tarot reading that said, what is your life purpose? And at the time, I was totally weirded out about tarot and things like that. But I clicked on it and I watched it and I got hooked, right? I figured out, because I do love frameworks and things like that, and archetypes and personality and signs and symbols and how the universe is connected, I was like, holy cow, this is like an infinite tool for me to use to think about things, consider new perspectives. And here I am reading for you today. Anyway, that's an example, maybe. Like, I was scared to click on that link, right? I actually was like a little bit scared that I was going to invite some weirdness into my house by clicking on that link. And then, sanity and reality took over, reminded me that that wasn't going to happen. So anyway, yeah, there you go. There's part of my story. Maybe that means something for you. All right, the next portion we're going to use is the change expansion pack for this spread machine. For the last row here. There we go. Thank you. And we have engage. To become involved, to participate, to act. And the bottom phrase is call to action. Engage. Become involved, participate, act. We've been talking about here how there's some next step, next act that you're being asked to consider. And remember, no drastic steps, no drastic changes. It's all pragmatic. One small thing, like this moon card mentioned, it could be a phone call, an email, a search. That's funny that it mentioned search, and that's how I got into tarot. That's funny. Become involved, participate. One, it may be encouraging you to seek out engagement with community, friends, family, causes. But it also might be reminding us not to get too comfy sitting in our stable framework once we've created it. We got to create it. That's important. But let's not get too comfy sitting there and then just expect things to happen for us. Sometimes when we hear about divine guidance, divine inspiration, especially if we're feeling low, and we don't have very much energy, it can be very tempting. Talked about temptation here. It can be very tempting just to sit and wallow in your comfort zone. And I think this is encouraging you to stay involved in your life, participate in your life, take small actions to keep your life moving forward. Because like we've said before, there's nothing in this reading about looking back, unless you're reflecting on what you've already accomplished and what isn't serving you anymore. But we're not dwelling on the past. We're moving forward. All right, let's get some astrology advice for you from the karma cards. These cards can be used in a variety of ways, but what we're going to do is we're going to shuffle until we get a house, a sign, and a planet to get some astrology guidance information for you. I really think these turquoise and reddish colors are important for you. These are also kind of throat chakra colors-ish with the blue. Not sure why that just came through. Okay, the first one, not sure why that just came through with the throat chakra. Maybe that's the next step for you. Throat chakra is some kind of communication, something you need to communicate, or some kind of communication you need to seek. This talked about actual physical communications with phone calls and emails. And we do have, communication coming down from divinely guided inspiration there. We'll keep that in mind. So the first card that came out for astrology was a house card, and we've got the second house. The first keyword up there is patiently. That's good. The turquoise stone that I was just kind of drawn to is about good fortune. Use it for good fortune too. Also, remember this is copper infused, and copper is used as an enhancer for things, and we've got expansion here. In the second house is about resources. This is actually saying money on there. It's got the gold coins spilling out of a bag. Thank you. Planet jumping out. What do we got here? Planet jumping out is Saturn. Ooh, look at the duality on there. And there's a, I love this. Between these two faces, one upright, one reversed, we've got a candle. You can see it right there. And a cup. Fire, water, energy. Those are two things for you to focus on right now. And the first keyword, the way you can read these, patiently be realistic about the connection between fire actions and creation and desires and your emotions. Be realistic about the connection between your wants, desires, dreams, and your emotions. And we had the heart come through here, so make sure whatever step you're taking is something that speaks to your heart and that follows something that you truly want, that's not about instant gratification. Okay, let's keep shuffling until we get a sign to finish out this astrological guidance, please. Sign. It's not a sign. There we go. Okay, the sign that we have coming through is Taurus. And if we read the first line, it says your beliefs. So patiently be realistic about your beliefs. And that goes back to what we were saying. That just completes what I was trying to figure out. Maybe I should have drawn that card first. That completes what I was trying to figure out about the connection between fire and water elements there. Patiently be realistic about your beliefs. Okay, next we're going to get a card from the Blind Spot Oracle to help us figure out what may be unexpected. Where did we have unexpected? Unexpected gifts. But also, I think it's going to help us figure out this section where we had the phrase darkness encroaches and do not stray. But remember, we also had follow and trust, and things are going in your favor. So not overly negative, but I think this will help. I'm hoping this will help us get some more information on what kind of this darkness, shadowy area is talking about. There we go. Thank you. Okay. And the sigil that we have coming through is 68. That came out in reverse, so 89. Maybe 89 is a significant year, birth year. 89 is reduces to 17, which reduces to 8, which is about prosperity. So that is good for things going in your favor. A good fortune stone. The second house with resources there. I'm drawn to, well, I noticed the hearts there because we've just been talking about the hearts. But then I'm drawn to this section of the sigil that to me speaks of your core. We talked about making sure that you understand what it is you want at your core in order to figure out next steps. Yeah, you've got a heart here as well. If we look at it upright, the core is actually in the biggest part, the biggest heart here. This is drawing on how we were talking about the heart and this pathway with do not stray. So if you look at this card, if the core is at the heart, there is a straight pathway out and up, right? So this to me is talking about making sure you consider what it is at your core that is behind what you want. With your dreams, the distance calls your heart to roam free. As you dare dream it, so must it be. So whatever makes your heart feel free, whatever speaks to your heart, make sure that's the core of where you start from. And there is a straight path out. It doesn't necessarily have to be all jumbled. follow and trust, because remember we're looking for some kind of divinely inspired guidance coming through. So this to me speaks of all kinds of distractions that could happen, which follows along with this card, your path of light card. So to me, this is helping match that. Okay, so the first key word on this is self-harm. So blind spot that we need to be looking out for is self-harm. Something you're engaged in is keeping you stuck. So self-harm, keeping you stuck. Okay, so what I'm drawn to from what the creator says here is we may simply be making decisions that harm us in favor of other people's best interest. So I think a lot of us want to do good for others. Earlier in the reading, I talked about how the guidance from people around you, guidance and advice, you may be tempted to follow that when really the guidance that you need to be paying the most attention to is the divinely guided inspiration, divinely inspired guidance, your beliefs and emotions that are coming from your heart and your core, what it is that you want. So I'm not saying ignore the advice of people around you, but this blind spot is telling us to make sure that whatever you're considering for your next step moving forward, that it's not just to please somebody, to do something that somebody else wants that may not align with what it is that you actually want. There may be some compromise that's needed there, but you shouldn't be the one sacrificing everything. It should be that sometimes sacrifices are required and necessary, but I think in this case it's saying you don't need to sacrifice. You don't need to throw out what you've already accomplished. There's compromise somewhere. There's compromise. Compromise, don't sacrifice, I think is what this is pointing us to here. Let's get some additional information from the Synchronicity Oracle. We've got some blind spots to look out for there. And so let's look for anything that might help us identify a sign or synchronicity to look for, especially because we're talking about divine guidance and follow and trust. Let's see if we can get some information to help you make decisions in that area, whether or not. Okay, so we've got summer. Got a hummingbird, a sun. Got the sun in this card here as well. This may be saying that as we go through the year, because we talked before about the timing of how the timing of the turquoise stone is Pisces, Scorpio, and Sagittarius, how we have the half year to a year cycle. Right now it's winter, but we'll be coming into summer about, halfway through that cycle that the turquoise card was pointing us to. So maybe as we move from wolf energy of the winter, as we move into the summer, we'll have more hummingbird energy. And the sun here is pointing me to Leo season. The creator for this is apex of a cycle and fullness. So apex of a cycle would be, if it was a triangle, it would be the point. So if our Pisces to Scorpio Sagittarius season, this is talking about halfway, midpoint. So even for those not listening to this during the time that it is actually being read, this is talking about a midpoint of a cycle. Maybe you're in the midpoint of a cycle. The rest of the reading kind of was talking about next steps, which is talking about new beginning, experimenting, new things, change. already laid this foundation, and then you're looking for the next step, the next action that you're going to take. That could be the midpoint of your journey. You are entering into the midpoint of your journey. You've already completed the framework. If you haven't, that's where you need to focus. You've completed the framework. You're ready for the next step, the midpoint of your journey. So you're not ready yet to close out any cycle. So you still need to be patient and reflective so that you don't close something out for instant gratification earlier than it should be. Let me get you some additional guidance from the hummingbirds. This is the Hummingbird Wisdom Oracle. So we got natural instincts. You know which way to fly. And it's purple hummingbird. Got an owl on here and a lantern. This figure is carrying a lantern. It's saying again that once you figure out what it is at your core that you want, then the next step will be obvious, or it will be known to you. I was hoping for something a little bit more specific. Maybe something in there will mean something to you. Got a blue butterfly here, which is classic symbol for transformation. But also it's blue, so we talked about the throat chakra. Some kind of communication is involved in your next action. 2s may be significant for you, not just because you are pile 2, but because we started with one wolf, and then I was kind of guided to draw another one that came out with another wolf. And then we started with one hummingbird, and I was drawn to draw an additional card that had a second hummingbird on it. This hummingbird's wings are closed. These are open. This hummingbird looks like it's either coming into land, and then this one is flapping its wings to feed. We talked before about not containing the fire, not containing the inspiration, not containing the passion. So maybe the blind spot is making sure that you're not dimming your light for people. We don't want to completely ignore or shut some people out. There are times when it's time to let them go, but we don't want to dim our light so much so that our wings can't open and be free for our heart to roam and dream and go after our dreams. Because if we do, we're just going to end up combusting eventually, and that's not good. Okay, the creator for this deck says for this card, the hummingbird is a master of flight. It is the only bird that can fly backward or even upside down. At this moment, you're being guided to move in a certain direction, and you're being asked to trust your instincts. Before you move, however, hover in place for a moment, finding stillness. Get your framework in order. Get your foundation in order. Before you move, hover in place for a moment, finding stillness and suspending the chatter of your thoughts, which are seemingly pulling you in all directions. Then check in with your feelings and emotions. So this is reiterating the message that was given about not being distracted and understanding, being realistic about your beliefs and your feelings, focusing on what it is that you feel at your core, your intuition, your heart song. Heart song, throat chakra. Let your heart song sing. Don't dim your light. It says this card arrives confirming that your intuitive senses are trustworthy. So follow and trust your intuition. You may have had a feeling about what that next step is, and this is saying that your intuition is correct. you're protected on this path, and your intuition about what to do next is correct. Let's get one last card for this section of the reading from the Color Goddess Oracle. One card, please. Thank you. We've got purple. Thanks, purple hummingbirds. We've got dignity, nobility, prominence. Third eye. The third eye hasn't really come through other than we have had the purple throughout this reading. I didn't mention it earlier, but the third eye is coming through on here. Third eye does speak to intuition, of course. Got the chess pieces there, which chess is not a fast game. It's a slow game with methodical steps and strategy. With the third eye chakra coming through here, it's reinforcing the message to you to listen to your intuition. I just noticed these wings are purple as well. The guidebook brings in the crown chakra, and we've got the crown there. So third eye to crown chakra. So we talked a lot about root chakra and then heart, throat, third eye, crown. So this is a pathway leading you the way from the root chakra up to the crown, basically. We don't have so much solar plexus and sacral chakra energy coming through, but this definitely brings in the solar plexus and sacral chakra here. So I think, that's not helping you focus, is it? So I think this is saying that this is a journey that you're on, a pathway that you're following, in which the next step is potentially to try something new. And that because we've basically brought in every chakra, it's basically telling you that no one part of your journey is more important than the other. Dang, that's not specific, but I guess it means focus on that next step being the small next step to move forward. We don't have to know the whole journey. We don't have to continue to dwell in the past about previous steps we've taken or what we should do far into the future. Let's focus within the next year. Let's just focus on the next step, and then the next step, and then the next step, and then the next step. Once we feel ready, once we feel that this step is good, we're not going to dwell. We're going to move on, and we're going to get to the next step so we can move our way from the root to the crown chakra. Because we do have the divine guidance coming through, so you're going to be met halfway. Spirit is meeting you halfway. We had this talking about the midpoint of a cycle. So Spirit is meeting you halfway. You don't have to do this alone. You don't have to go alone. Spirit is meeting you halfway here. Spirit isn't going to do everything for you, but they're not going to abandon you and leave you on your own either. So pay attention to things that speak to your intuition and to your heart, so that Spirit can help you figure out what that next step is so that you can keep moving forward. Okay, 2 more things to end this reading. We're going to get some additional information from alchemy, and then we'll end with a affirmation and a question. This is a neat little tool for using alchemy, all the elements to help you process what was said during this reading. So we're going to roll these dice and figure out what we can get. So fire is 8. Earth is 11. Water 1. Air 4. So we have 111 here. And remember, we had the Ace of Wands and then the 10 of Wands. That's an 11. 1, 11. We had a 1 if we reduce these two 5s, 10, down to 1. Let me see from the Angel Numbers book real quick before we do this alchemy. This is Angel Numbers book by Kyle Gray. Says 111. You are one with all that is. Know that all you are doing and giving is for the world and all the beings in it. So from that, I get you are one with all that is. You are one with the universe. You're connected. So Spirit's meeting you halfway. Don't have to do it alone. Let's see from the fire element what's coming through here. We have volcano. Act as an erupting volcano whose molten lava destroys everything in its path, but then leaves the most fertile of soils for new growth to take place. The old ways have outlived their usefulness and must be swept aside with revolutionary zeal. What has come before has to be restructured and transformed so that it may meet the challenges that are of this time and place. All barriers, be that physical or mental, must be vaporized lest they interfere with your new purpose. Oh boy. So I was just talking about not completely making a drastic change. And here we have the fire element coming through and saying, sweep those old things aside with revolutionary zeal. I mean, that kind of speaks to the energy coming out here. This is fast moving, fast paced energy. I don't want to discount everything that's been said so far in the reading about kind of slow, pragmatic, not throwing out everything that you've accomplished. I don't want to negate what was said before, where it says here, what has come before has to be restructured and transformed. I still feel, yeah, thanks, Spirit. I needed that. Okay, I still feel that the structure and the framework, once you get a solid one that is based on your heart's core, your true desires, your true beliefs, what it is that you want, that structure remains in place. But in order to move forward, drawing on here, to meet the challenges of the time and place, some restructuring and change, transformation. We have transformation with this blue butterfly may be necessary to move forward. So I still think this is an incremental change. I don't think it's anything drastic. If we're thinking about this blind spot telling us to be mindful not to do self-harm by doing things that please others and don't align with what it is that you want and what you need. If you do that for instant gratification, for people pleasing, the true fire, true passion in you is just going to be bubbling up inside to the point where it erupts into something explosive, combustible. All barriers must be vaporized lest they interfere with your new purpose. So yeah, we had the block here with the Ace of Wands being reversed. So think about what it is that is creating barriers for you so that you can move forward on your next path. Let go of that which does not serve you any longer. The air element, we have the clock. Be aware that no matter where the clock's hands point, it is always now. No other time exists. Yes, we were talking about kind of being in the present. Allow the awareness of the spacious, eternal present to guide your actions through good timing born of calm and patience. Those who anxiously think they see a future which never really arrives, rushing headlong into a murky past, which was just the present, Forget that words themselves and clock time are convenient ideas that are our servants, not our masters. Live your process one day at a time. Yes. This is balancing out the temptation to be drastic, be dramatic, do something that is short term and only leads to instant gratification. This is reminding you of your reading that has said what this portion from the clock just said to us. Okay, from the water element, we have the pearl. Just as the lowly grain of sand enters the oyster and wraps itself in successive layers of material born of the irritation of its host until it becomes the beautiful prized pearl, so you will attain this symbol of emotional maturity when the many harsh irritations of your process cause you to seek a state beyond the ebb and flow of pleasure and pain. Okay, wow, that was a lot. Hello, run-on sentences. Okay, seeking a state beyond the ebb and flow of pleasure and pain. So that's, avoiding the instant gratification, maybe enduring some irritations, but processing those so that they don't become contained and bubbling up inside of you, waiting to erupt. Says we can go beyond our emotions by first realizing their origin is at our attachment to our desires. The most prized possessions of a true alchemist is contentment in all circumstances. Yeah, remain present. Recognize again what you've already accomplished. You're already a powerful force. Be content in the framework and the structure that you've already laid, but don't dwell in it to the point that you're stopping yourself from moving forward. Okay, number 11 for the earth element is the meteorite. You will see the meteorite fall from out of the clear blue sky and be compelled to have a different attitude about what is and is not possible in your life. It is most likely that you will be fortunate enough not to be struck by it, but will be surely disrupt your everyday experience for a time. Elements never seen before or even imagined will be revealed and available for use. Divine guidance, unexpected gifts. Elements never seen before or even imagined will be revealed and available for use. Your reaction to the unexpected will show you whether or not you are flexible enough to produce true, lasting change. Yes. Okay. Flexible enough with the hummingbird, like can fly upside down, fly backwards if it needs to. I'm not saying moving backwards, but sometimes you gotta, step out of the way, go backwards to go forward, etc. Produce true lasting change. No instant gratification here. Maybe a meteorite will be a sign for you. We've got kind of this zigzag path. Look at that. This is confirming to pay attention to signs of divine guidance, divine inspiration, and to remain open to things that are unexpected or maybe you hadn't considered before. All right, let's close out with an affirmation and a question for you to consider as we move forward on the next step of your journey. Good grief. These just went all flying. Hopefully some kind of practical guidance to get through this. This is all really good themes going on here. Do we have anything specific? We have I am grateful for this body which has served me well so far. And we've got a dancer there. Body, root chakra, the framework. Yes. Okay, that's confirming this part of the reading here. The question is, what has my body accomplished recently that I am proud of? How can I show my body I care for it? What has my body accomplished recently that I am proud of? How can I show my body I care for it? Okay, we have our physical body, right? And this healing here talked about health and wellness. So that may be relevant. But I'm thinking more body is this framework and the structure cards that came out. I mean, these were the two cards that overturned themselves when we got to the tarot portion of your reading. So this mushroom card told you you're already a powerful force and you've already accomplished a lot. So think about that again. And then how can I show my body? Body here, I'm thinking of core and my true self that I care for it. How can I show my true self that I care for it? And again, I am grateful for this body which has served me well so far. Okay, pile 2. I end your reading here. I hope you've enjoyed this reading. Please like, subscribe, share, all those things. And I wish you the best new year possible for 2023 or the next year possible. Best next year possible from whenever it is that you are listening. Have a great day. Bye. Hi, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading for Spirit Messages for the New Year 2023. This is, of course, a timeless reading. So if you're not coming to this at the time of the reading, the messages still may apply to you. The time of the reading is the time of the full wolf moon in January. So we are hoping to get messages coming between the spiritual and the earthly realms. You've chosen the lepidolite cloud crystal, which is said to help with transitions and stress relief. And you've chosen the Muse tarot, whose creators reimagined the tarot deck, hoping to connect you to your muse through poetry, story, music, and of course the cards. So before we get into the tarot, we are going to take 4 oracle cards to get an idea of the overall energy for this reading. Hopefully that'll help you decide whether or not this is something that you want to hear about or not. Take 4 oracle cards to start. This first deck is the Intuition Oracle. One card, please, Spirit, to start off pile 3's reading. Spirit messages for the new year. One card, please, Spirit. That's too many. But we want this one? Okay. The second card we'd like is from the Goddesses, Gods, and Guardians Oracle deck, please. One card to help us understand the overall energy or theme for pile number 3's reading, please. The first thing coming through on this card is that Saturn is pretty prominently displayed there, which is sometimes is referred to the old man of the sky, talks about structures and order. Okay, well, your first two decks of cards are really wanting a lot of messages to come out. A lot of cards want to come out, having a hard time getting just one. So I'm thinking, we're talking about the lepidolite cloud being helping us through transitions and stress relief. So maybe, holy Moses. Okay. Still too many. Okay. One card, please, Spirit. Can we narrow this down to one card? I'm thinking with that, maybe your mind is just going all over the place. Some stress created by so many things that you're thinking about, so many things that you want to do. Maybe Saturn's coming through here to help us get some of that in order. One card, please, Spirit. Step. And you've also got the figures in that first card. Thank you. Okay. Narrowed it down to one. The figures in this wing for each character. So maybe this is talking about bringing different things together to create a whole, different parts coming together to create a whole. Thank you. And this actually flipped over as it came out. So we'll start with this one. Number 15 with rose quartz. Okay, Spirit, one more card for these oracles. From the Spirit Allies Oracle. One more card for pile 3. Rose quartz is connected to the heart chakra, and that stone is actually coming through in a heart shape. It's got number 15, which we do. Okay, there we go. Thanks. This deck is not messing around. It's like, I'm ready. Number 15 reduces to 6, which is the Lover's card in tarot. We've got 2 figures here. Potentially this reading is about love. If not, the Lover's card also signifies choices in life. Rose quartz is associated with the goddess Aphrodite, love, self-love, beauty. The guidebook for this is highlighting rose quartz's quality of unconditional love and infinite peace. It's supposed to help draw loving relationships to you and help you get through healing of past emotional traumas and provide support through crisis. So that is matching up with our lepidolite stone for transitions and stress relief. So I think a pretty clear theme coming through here is issues related to the heart that have to deal with moving through something that may be difficult with compassion, kindness, love, peace, or moving through some situation that is not characterized by those things in order to get to a state where you feel more aligned with those positive feelings. Another message from the guidebook here says, forgive yourself. Love and beauty approach. Loneliness is at an end. Emotional blockages dissolve. Do not accept blame. Recognize that unconditional love and friendship draw exactly the right people to you. Once you love yourself, you can give and receive love from others. Support is available in crisis. I think that's pretty clear for that card's message. Thank you, Spirit. This intuition oracle card, we already kind of talked about what was highlighted here for me in the beginning. So let's see on the back, the archetype is the reputable. I live my life as if my guardian angels are watching over me. And it's number 34, which reduces to 7. The reputable. So there you have guardian angel figures. Lots of colors in their robes. So I think we're talking of the whole spectrum of chakras, but the pink rose quartz color is definitely throughout. So that to me speaks to unconditional love as being a theme here. And you've got the roses here, pink roses, which is also a symbol of Aphrodite. So she may be a goddess or spirit guide that's coming through to help us with this reading. If so, welcome. Sometimes if we're not feeling the best, at our best, it may be hard to actually live our lives. And I think this is encouraging us to know that we're protected and that we have a safety net is coming through. You know, the walking the tightrope, which it can feel like you're doing in times of crisis. Or I just saw a tightrope over a pit of alligators. I'm not sure what that is going to signify, other than I've known that in other deck that I have, the alligator symbolizes our inner depths and instinctual feelings, instinctual actions. So walking over a tightrope can be scary, but if you have a net underneath, you know, you're gonna not be hurt even if you fall. So I think this is encouraging us to move forward through any kind of transition we may be seeing. Continue doing what you need for stress relief in order to process anything that may need healing. Let's check the guidebook for this to see what the creator, that was 34. Yeah, and with 34 reducing to 7, that's a divine number. So spirit guides coming through. We appreciate that. Most likely from the divine feminine, either Aphrodite herself or another entity that you associate with the divine feminine. The creator of this deck mentions that Saturn is a symbol of time, patience, discipline, and their rewards, and may also represent the law of karma, kind of the what goes around comes around. So in adding that to order, structure, they add organization or organization. So maybe there's something here that has to do with some kind of group or organization you're involved with. And this also is highlighting your reputation, making sure that your reputation is something that you're considering in whatever situation you're going through. The advice it gives for you here says the best way to ensure your reputation is to make sure your actions are in keeping with your highest ideals. You cannot do more than that. So, yeah, I sometimes don't like talking about reputation just because it is important, right? Because we do live with other people, and what other people think about us, we do care about, but it's also not more important than our inner strength and how we view ourselves and our own knowledge of who we are and what we believe in, ideals. So this is talking about making sure your actions align with your ideals. So, and I would say coming from a place of unconditional love, peace, harmony, but not so much so that you're giving up that which is your true self, right? My thought about the alligators, kind of came through in a negative connotation, but after seeing what the creator for this deck mentioned, I'm thinking that that's the core self. So you've got the safety net under the tightrope, but you also have your core self there to rely on, which is really speaking to the purpose and intent of this reading, to get messages going between the earthly and spiritual realms. This is telling us that on the earthly realm, your true core self is something to focus on, and I would say listen to more than that of others. You have to consider that within the framework of the ideals and beliefs and attitudes that you have in whatever groups you're involved with, but you don't have to give up your own in order to be with that group, work effectively within that group. And from the spiritual realm, you have the guardian angels coming through. I would definitely say divine feminine in this sense so far. So this is a connection between your core self and the divine feminine. With transition and stress relief, that may be something for you to rely on or something more to connect with. Okay, let's see what came through from the Goddesses, Gods, and Guardians Oracle. We have the High Priest of Atlantis with chakra healing. Yes, so we've got all the chakras here. So we had the spectrum of colors here talking about all of the chakras, with the rose quartz highlighting the heart chakra for us. We've got the figure holding crystals in each hand, kind of in the same position that a traditional tarot magician has his arms. And that's, to me, as above, so below. As within, so without. This here looks like swirling clouds. To me, this is whatever situation that you're in right now that may be causing you stress. And in order to get stress relief for that, we should focus on chakra healing. This symbol in the back reminds me of the Parthenon Greek mythology, back to Aphrodite. She really wants to be seen in all of these cards so far. Ooh, that was okay. Yep, I think she's definitely coming through. I had kind of not chills, but a feeling in my back there that was like a squeeze on the shoulder. So she's like, "Yeah, lady, I'm here." Okay. So let's keep that in mind as we move forward. Welcome. Okay, the first phrase coming through from the guidebook here is nourish your spiritual energy centers, harmonize from within. This is talking about the golden era of Atlantis, which lasted 1,500 years and was a time of extraordinary spiritual energy. And it also says that the Atlanteans recognized the 12 chakras versus the 7 that are focused on with us today. They use their gifts of clear intuition, telepathy, sacred ritual, and energy healing as part of everyday life. The guidebook also mentions Reiki healing, energy healing. That might be something that you're involved with or something to consider. But this is really talking about making sure that your chakra energy is in balance. And it says that even if you haven't felt that or seen signs indicating such, it says this card coming through is a definite confirmation that chakra healing will benefit you. Heart chakra is the one that's coming through most strongly so far for us, but let's not forget what else comes through in the reading. And we have number 50, Taurus, from the Spirit Allies. This card also came up in another reading, another pile for this reading. I don't want to mention it right now, just not to skew you to one way or another, but know that if you were drawn to another pile, that there may be some messages there for you. So this is earth energy coming through. So that, connects to the idea of groups and society at large, but groups and organizations that you may be involved with or that are prominent in your life in the earthly realm. And I almost feel like this is saying that there's something in the earthly realm that needs that's either causing you stress or is at a point of transition that you are going through, and that you can work through that situation by focusing on your own energy. If chakras aren't resonating with you, when I think of using your own energy to process a situation, it's how you feel during that moment, or how you feel when you're thinking about different things or people. Do you feel more energized, or do you feel sluggish? Does something just automatically drain you at the thought of it? So that can be another aspect of energy healing, considering actual energy, how you're feeling during certain situations or with certain people. The guidebook for this card says that there is stability in taking the time to slow down and break free from a fast-paced life. After all, the human experience is largely about being able to experience the world through your senses. Your senses are tools that connect you with the rest of the world. So I think that's telling us to remember that we have more than one sense, kind of physical senses, and then the sixth sense type. Sixth sense. This is reminding us that we have a broad spectrum of senses to draw on, not only our physical, but also the intuitive type, the gut feeling. And that may also relate back to the energy healing for you, or when you're looking for signs and synchronicities, something may speak to your senses, one over the other. I'm not sure at this point. Okay, let's draw some tarot for pile 3. The tarot deck that either drew you to this reading, or either way, the tarot deck that I'm using, the Muse Tarot, the creator's intent behind the deck was to help you connect to your inner muse. And I think that's really appropriate and a nice alignment with what we had coming through in the first 4 cards there about drawing on your inner strength and your core self. Help you through any situation that you're going through, transitions, stress, happy times also. Okay, here we go. Three more cards, please. Thank you. Do you want to flip? Yeah, okay. Oh, that one wanted to flip right away. Roses. It's the 6 of materials, which in this deck is the 6 of Pentacles, which is giving, receiving, being in a place where love and energy is flowing. So remember in the message from the rose quartz crystal, thank you. We had the message about loving yourself. Once you love yourself, then you can love others. So unconditional love for self and others is definitely coming through here. And this may be cue for us to think about things that are holding us back from giving ourselves unconditional love. And by that, I don't mean that we let ourselves slide and okay. So this card is coming out and it flipped over. We have the number 9 card, the Hermit. So what I meant by not, letting ourselves slide or making excuses for ourselves, obviously we have to be nice to ourselves and forgiving, but it's also a recognition of things that maybe are difficult for us to do, that maybe we want to remind ourselves that sometimes some discipline, especially with Saturn coming through here, sometimes some discipline is needed, self-discipline. So with that, I think self-discipline and pragmatism may be taking time to think about things that you need to heal, to work on in order to make yourself more whole. And drawing to the Hermit card here, number 9. This is about reflection, self-reflection. Also, this ties back to figuring out exactly what is your thoughts, your ideals, your belief, your wants. Maybe taking a step back from any groups or organizations that you may be involved with to get a different perspective. In this case, this Hermit figure has been on a journey. It looks like they've reached some kind of oasis here, but if their intent is to get to the mountain, they're not quite there yet, but they're taking that pause to reflect. And this Hermit isn't sitting in a cave. Keep living your life. What was that said? I live my life as if my guardian angels are watching over me. Yeah. So keep living your life. I don't think this is telling you retreat. This isn't telling you that you need to isolate yourself. This is telling you that remember on your path and as you go through life that it's important to take time out to pause and reflect, to make sure that you're in alignment with yourself, your true self, your inner core. And this Hermit also doesn't have the traditional lantern. It has the sun. So it's like the sun is guiding the path. That's not a little lantern that you have to carry yourself. The sun is out there for you to draw on. And the rays are going all through this card. Let's see what else came through. This, we have the 3 of Voices, which in this deck, is the air or swords. We had the earth element here, if I didn't mention. I mentioned pentacles, but the earth element here. 3 of Swords traditionally is, maybe about sorrow and heartbreak, and the heart chakra, heart aspect of life was definitely coming through. We've got the rays here. We had the rays from the sun coming all through this, and we've got 3 distinct rays here. 3 of Swords also speaks to our thoughts and our mind. So that makes me think of head and heart, and head versus heart. Sometimes, what are you feeling? What are you wanting versus what you think is the right course of action? In this case, the shadowy figure here, eyes, 2 prominent eyes with tears, and the tears are coming over this door that this figure is maybe hiding behind. This door in a wide open area, this door is Okay, two ways of looking at this. This door is providing a place of shelter for this figure, or is one small thing in a vast open area of potential and opportunities that is standing in the way. And this figure has reached the door and curled up in the fetal position. The shadow aspect is coming through here. It's a little bit more dominant than the light, the way this card is broken down. So there may be some shadow things within your depths. Remember, I had that thought about the alligator in the beginning that makes you go back to thinking within your depths. I think the depth and inner core area, there may be some shadow work to do here. I'm really drawn to the second option that I talked about a wide open area of fields and space of potential and opportunity with only one narrow area of blockage. I think for this one, I want to check what the guidebook says about it. Oh, great. Okay, so I had the thought of the head and heart here. So this says the Muse watches over. So that's your inner self, but also remember Spirit giving you these guardian angels here. Watches over every feeling, every tear, every note sung in despair. She sees the painful separation between what was desired and what is reality and feels the crumbling of a path that was not really the true path at all. Then, when the connection is strong, she whispers small comfort, words starting in the mind and then working their way into the heart. It says, in choosing to live whole, sometimes my joy comes laced with pain. So that ties back to what I was saying about self-love, sometimes involving self-discipline and pragmatism in order to make sure that you have enough love to go around for yourself and others so that you can get into this flow of giving and receiving. Okay, so the guidebook for this 6 of materials says, every time you seek to improve your creation, it matters. Continue to build and expand. This muse can get so caught up in her spinning roses that she can forget to take a break. So take time to smell the flowers. This talks about an idea come to life. Spirit wants its plan unleashed and the heart wants something made. So we were talking about being guided towards chakra healing here, towards unconditional love, healing the heart in the earthly realm, potentially with society, how you fit into society, groups that you may be involved with, situations you find yourself in. So Spirit has a plan. Remember, we had Aphrodite coming through very strongly in the first section of this reading. The divine feminine has a plan and it wants it unleashed. And the heart wants something made. So we're looking for something tangible here that'll help you heal to move forward along the plan, or maybe move closer to your connecting with your divine feminine. Yeah, this is you and your inner core working with Spirit here. We have the 5 of voices. This is the 5 of swords, the air element. We have the pretty prominent earth element coming through here with the hand coming down and bringing something. So yeah, okay, there it is. That's Spirit having a plan for something tangible coming down to the earth. You've got a yoga class going here. So maybe a yoga class that has emphasis on chakras. I know there's some out there. Maybe something tangible for you to do to work on that healing. The red X here maybe indicates that you're at a crossroads. So that time out for reflection, you're at a point for pause. Yes, this is pretty clear here. There's nothing in this reading that really says focus on the past or future. It's all about the here and now, the being present, which is very much a yoga concept. There's a lot of birds, blackbirds, which are sometimes spirit messengers, but also I'm thinking those are a lot of the mental thoughts we had. That we had in the beginning, it was the cards for these two decks just wanting to jump out, everything come out all at once. So this is telling us that a pause, some time out to reflect, will help us focus all the input that we're taking in. Okay, the guidebook for this talks about sometimes falling victim to someone else's ambition or character. So it's saying don't forego our own better interests in order to win, to succeed. So this is reminding you that when you're operating within the groups and organizations and within society, not to forget yourself. Don't get lost in the craziness that can be the world. The world is a crazy place, so do your best to stay focused and not get lost. Take time out to pause and reflect. Okay, we're going to draw some more oracle cards here for clarification, additional messages, something to highlight that maybe we haven't thought about before. I'm going to start with the Rise of the Warrior Oracle. I feel like this is good because it has a nice, clear statement, and that was kind of a lot of stuff going on there. So let's get a nice, clear, simple message to start off this next portion here for clarification, additional information. Please, one spirit, one message, one card spirit to help us know the message coming through for us for this new year for pile 3. One card, please, spirit. Oh, no. No. Okay. Well, there we go with the crazy half of the deck jumping out again. Well, so we're not there yet. We're not to the point where we have that one simple thing. Not easily, anyway. Maybe you're telling us that, hey, there's some work to do before we can get through all the messages, all the thoughts, all the input that we're receiving from the world. It's going to take some processing through the heart. All right. Wow. We have number 5, the uprising. We are all connected. So this is going to go with the 5 of voices, the 5 of swords, which traditionally talks about feeling defeated. Because these figures, they are not to be messed with. They are ready for battle if they need to go to battle. But it's also like coming from a place of feeling defeated to remembering we're all connected. So take some, if you are coming out of a time of feeling defeated, and with the stress relief and transition aspect coming through from your crystal, I think that is relevant for this reading. If you're coming out of a time of feeling defeated, or you're currently feeling defeated, take that time out to pause and reflect about how everything is connected. And by that, I mean considering perspectives of what it means for you and what it means for others. So how do you fit into the groups and how do you fit into society? The 11th house might be relevant for you because sometimes that talks about how we fit into the world, what's our place in the world. That also talks about friends and groups that you're involved with. Aquarian energy with that 11th house, which is air, which fits with the voices. We have 15 here, 1, 5, 5, 5. Change, transition. This figure here is at the forefront, and she is surrounded by some pretty powerful figures. So yeah, you're ready to move forward and you are supported and guided. Excuse me. When you are ready to move forward, because remember, this is telling you that right now is the time for pause. When you're ready to move forward or stand your ground against something, you are supported by some really powerful figures. We've got 3 powerful figures here. We've got 2 powerful guardian angels here. I would say 3 powerful, strong, dominant figures with 2 additional figures that are more, they're kind of observers. They're still strong. They're still guides. Determination and reflection. That's 5 powerful figures backing you up. 5s may be significant for you. We have the 5-0 with the Taurus card there. This was a 7, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. So this is a pathway that you're on. We have the 3 here, 6, 5. 3, 4, 5, that's, speaking to your pathway, with the 6 here being the end goal. Not end goal, let's say, with 6 being the milestone that you're working towards, which is love, unity, and the flow of giving and receiving. So that may be something for you to focus on as you're reflecting, is what can I do? What will get me to a point where I feel like I'm in the flow of giving and receiving, not being only giving or only receiving, but flowing so that its energy is moving. There's one reader that I listened to on YouTube that talked about how the heart chakra, the pathway to the heart chakra is a 2-way street. It's not one way. It's not just starting at the bottom and going, but it needs to be going both ways. And that's relevant here. All right, let's go ahead and keep moving with the oracles for this section. We'll get one from the Great Mystics Oracle, especially since we were talking about guides there. I think this is either earthly or spirit guides. So this may be your team also within that organization or group, your tribe, literally, with the culture here is a tribal culture being represented. Focus. Look at what it did. Yeah. Focus. Focus. You want me to do the moon first? Okay. Let's take one from the Moon Magic Oracle, since the timing of this reading is also coincides with the full wolf moon, which is about communication, protection, being active when others are still. It's also the midpoint in the cycle, so that lines up nicely with you have the number 3 waxing crescent coming through. This also came through in another reading, so there may be one other reading that is relevant to you. So the full moon, which is the timing of when this is being read, is the midpoint of the the cycle, kind of the apex of a cycle. So that speaks to me that it's confirmation of this being kind of a midpoint of your journey, a milestone along your journey for pausing. Waxing crescent. This is at the beginning phase of the moon cycle. Oh, wow. Okay. I totally didn't do that on purpose, but I felt to put it here, and it's 3-3. 3 and 3 make 6. This card is interesting because you have the moon in the sky, but there's light coming from somewhere. So maybe this is the time of the day when the moon is rising and the sun is setting. That may be a significant time of day for you, maybe to designate if you're looking for kind of goals and something tangible to do, maybe to take a specific time of day to set aside for reflection. This doesn't have to, like I said, this isn't isolation. This isn't withdrawing into the cage. This is just cage. Yeah, don't go into a cage. This isn't withdrawing into the cave. This is taking a moment to pause along your journey. This figure can't stay here for long because there's not really much shelter. So it's a momentary pause. It's not completely withdrawing. So take a time of day where you designate just to reflect, potentially moonrise, sunset. Are we ready for this one? Yeah. Okay. $33 is a master number. Not really being called to focus on that right now. But that may be something significant to you. 3 and 3, 6 and 6 if you reduce the 15. Your numbers here, other than this 9, your numbers are all 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 if you add these together, and then the 9 from the Hermit. So that's really telling me you're on a progression of steps. Progression of steps is important for you. Progression of steps maybe through the chakras with a focus on the heart chakra. Maybe your heart chakra is the one that's strong right now. And there's other things that you can, because it did tell us to focus on our other senses. So maybe your heart chakra is really strong, especially with how prominent the divine feminine and Aphrodite energy was coming through in this first part. Maybe you're doing good there. If so, great job. Well done. Maybe focus on some of the other senses. The other chakras. But don't forget that if you are feeling really strong in your heart chakra right now, and I just said kind of consider the other senses and perspectives, that doesn't mean throw out everything that you've accomplished with your heart. It means draw on that strength to help process other things. If your heart chakra, if you're feeling heartache, heartbroken, that's where your focus of your healing is. This card came out in another reading, and I can't remember from the guidebook. I think it was talking about how you're a powerful force already. Let me see. Okay, it was a different card in the other reading that talked about you already being a powerful force. But this one is talking about how your path is being smoothed out for you. Even small steps will get you somewhere. So take whatever action you can right now to move your dreams closer to reality. Perfect. It's a progression for you. Small steps with appropriate moments of pause and reflection. There we go. Okay. We've got, thank you. We've got Coven of Enlightenment, Strength in Camaraderie, Ascension through Others. Nice. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you want to be right here, don't you? Perfect. That Saturn energy of structure, groups, organization, time, patience is coming through here. Strength and camaraderie with your team. Ascension through others. We talked before at the beginning of this reading how I thought this was really focused on your inner core, your inner heart, connection with spirit. And I think that still applies for sure. And I think this is speaking to the progression we kind of mentioned before about loving yourself, getting yourself to a point, getting good with yourself to a point where then it's appropriate time for you to connect and rely, and it's appropriate time for you to connect with others. And it's telling you you have a strong team out there. And I think for you fitting in, because we had that mentioned about reputation, I think for you fitting in and finding your place within your group, within society is important. And this is telling you that that is important because you gain strength in camaraderie, and you, through others can help you ascend. So ascend, grow, develop. So you're not being called to withdraw into the cave and forget about the people in your life. You're just being called to make sure that in your interactions with others, that you are in alignment with your true self, and that the actions that you take yourself and then the actions you take as part of a group and with other group members, that is all for you, the highest good. I don't remember which card it was, but one of these cards, maybe this one of the words in there in the guidebook was bullying. Let's make sure that we don't become part of a group that's bullying others. Remember that other people's wants, desires, needs are important as well. So let's not bully them to fit in, or bully them because they don't fit in. You know, everybody's on their own journey. Let's remember that within a group setting. This is just reaffirming that we want to make sure that whatever we're involved in is for the highest good. Good intentions. Pile 3. Good intentions. Okay. Oh, okay, there we go. Let's get another oracle. This is the Amazonian Angel Oracle. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this one also came out in another reading, and I promise I'm shuffling. Number 25, Shungo Mina, the Deva of the element of fire. The other reading that this came out in, fire was a really prominent element in that reading, so it just kind of fit in. In your case, this is a little spark. We had the fire energy being indicated here with these colors, but we've got air and earth, and I suppose water and emotions with the how heavily the heart was focused on here. We didn't have much fire energy coming in until here. This is coming at the end of your reading. Fire is the wands energy, the action. So if we're talking about your progression, right, you're going through all these things, all the things that we considered, and then you're ready for action. Get good with yourself to the point where you feel ready, willing, motivated, passionate to move forward. I don't think this is telling you, I don't think this is telling you that you're going to need to be slogging through to move forward. Sometimes we just got to, use everything we can to get out of bed in the morning sometimes. But I think this is telling you that going through this process will get you to a point where when you feel passionate, motivated, that's the point to start moving forward. Especially we had the progression and this coming at the tail end of your reading. Okay, this is good. So we had before the mention, I think it came from the 2222 angel number message saying that you have gifts and powers and that are good for the world. And it said, you're meant to shine. And this card is reflecting that as well. In the guidebook, it says, Shungo Nina proposes that you reflect how the element of fire glows in your life. Fire is the driving force that you bring into your life, and in some respects, the world is indeed a stage. On this stage, you give warmth and share your vitality and enthusiasm with your friends and family. You do indeed bring a glow to their lives. So this is a perfect card for this section of the reading. There will be more extended cards, but for this is the main section of your reading. This is great to tie it all together. How we're talking about friends, family, how you fit into your group, and bringing warmth and vitality and enthusiasm, and bringing a glow to not only your own life but to others. So that's the divine feminine. I mean, the vitality, the fire is very masculine, but warmth and unconditional love and peace is definitely a divine feminine quality that was coming through. Yeah, this is a time of pause for you to consider the steps that you can take along your pathway to get right with yourself, do the healing that's needed. And then once you do, this is like the almost a goal or the jumping off point for the next step in your journey. Okay, so this has been the main portion of your reading. I do have additional cards I'm going to bring out that I use for every reading to help us get more information. Give me a moment to reorganize a little bit and set that up. Okay, we're going to start the next portion of this reading with the transparent tarot. I've taken the cards that came out during your tarot portion of your reading and combined them. You know, these are transparent cards that you can layer for additional messages. So we have the Three of Swords, the Six of Pentacles, the Five of Swords, and the Hermit. Wow, okay, so first of all, we have a pretty distinct top and bottom, upper, lower division in the way that these layer, with both the sword air energy being towards the bottom. In this case, it's almost a reverse. This card had the dark and light, and this has the light and the dark. It's a pretty comprehensive, nice, wholesome picture there. As above, so below. This is the earthly realm, and this is the spiritual realm. We can sometimes, on this earth, focus a lot on the Three of Swords, Five of Swords energy of heartache, grief, and loss, and feelings of defeat. If we remember we are all connected, get to a point where we're giving and receiving. You can't actually tell within this card. I really like that. You can't tell if it's the seemingly younger, smaller figure giving to the older, larger figure, or if it's either way. So that's definitely the giving and the receiving energy coming through, with the light being at the top of the mountain here. This is this hermit energy that's coming through is you reaching the pinnacle, the destination, the goal, and with the light shining bright, with the rays still coming out, shining over everything. This right here to me is confirmation that once you reach a point where you're good with yourself and you've got your relationships in order, you've got a good idea about how you fit in with society, you get to a point where you feel like you're in the flow of giving and receiving, or you at least acknowledge that that's something that you need. Once you get some healing done there, once you get to a point where you feel good, then you'll get to the point where you can shine bright with this fire energy, passion, motivation. And that's almost like a goal too, where that can become your norm, I think, which would be great. I would love that, to always feel passionate and motivated. I know we can't always, but if that's your normal state of being, that's really positive. So I think when we're thinking of this in the context of a year, a new year messages, thinking of what's up for us ahead in 2023 or the next year, if you're reading coming to this reading at a different time, this year is going to be about a progression of steps to work on healing your energy to a point where you, with a focus on the heart, to a point where you can get to a giving, receiving flow state. By taking time out to pause and reflect, potentially setting up a time in each day to do so, and remembering that you have a strong team around you, either spiritually or here within the groups and organizations that you are involved with, to rely on as well. Okay, let's take a Divine Door card. This is the card that came through for the Divine Doorway, leading through an earthen structure towards a Buddha figure in the yoga pose. So there's confirmation of yoga maybe being a good idea for you to think about getting involved in. I said yoga pose, I meant lotus. Either way, the poses match. The message here is offerings. Abundance lies in the heart. Yay! Abundance lies in the heart that allows. Share more than expected and see love come round. The divine feminine energy is also the energy of receiving. I know this is saying share more than expected, but I almost read this first. Abundance lies in the heart that allows. So it's allow the abundance to come into your life. Allow yourself to receive, which is very divine feminine quality. Share more than expected and see love come around. Yeah, I think, I'm being drawn to the idea of random acts of kindness, sharing in a way that is more than expected. Not like if somebody asks you for $5, they give them 10. I mean, if you have $10 to give them, great, do it. But I'm thinking of the random acts of kindness, or how if you're in line for coffee or something and the person in front of you pays for you and then you decide to pay for them. This is reaffirming the giving and receiving energy by reminding you that you do have things to offer for people, and they can be small things. It can be holding the door for someone, smiling at a stranger in the store, not in a creepy way, but the little things in life. Share more than expected. If you're walking somewhere and somebody's coming towards you, they might not expect you to say hi or have a good morning. Or a coworker may not expect you to actually ask them how their day is going and actually care about how their day is going. Share in ways that are more than expected that way, and then that energy comes back to you. I'm not sure why, but I'm getting kind of worked up here, tears coming to my eyes, and I'm almost trying to process that right now. But I think it's the little things that make the world go round. It doesn't have to be anything big and drastic. It's the little things, the little moments to pause and reflect. Doing little nice things for other people and other people doing little nice things for you. That'll help us as a world, as an earth, as a society, come out of this grief, heartache. Oh, I'm being drawn to how this figure is actually, it looks like it's stabbing this person in the back, although the sword is reversed. But, let's not think about stabbing each other in the back. Let's think about what we can do to make other people's lives more positive. Starting with the small steps. Doesn't have to be a big grand gesture. Let's start with small steps so that other people start taking small steps too. And eventually society is in a giving, receiving flow rather than one portion of society being that way. I think that's why I'm getting kind of worked up, is because that's what I want for the world. This is an older movie. Some of you may know it, but there's the movie that I'm thinking of right now of Miss Congeniality with Sandra Bullock, where she is an hardcore, kind of tomboyish, rough and tough FBI agent, and she has to go undercover in a beauty pageant, Miss America pageant. And at the end, they're kind of honoring her. Spoiler alert. At the end, they're kind of honoring her with a sash and flowers, and she starts crying, and she's like, I really do want world peace. And before she was talking about other things that were more tangible, like gun laws and self-defense. And I'm just being drawn to that moment in the movie because I just love it, where she's like, I really do want world peace. And yeah, I think that's why I'm getting worked up, because I'm thinking, we really need that in the world right now. We need to come out of this energy and get to this energy. There's a lot of talk right now about the earth being in a state of transition, the earth itself ascending into a higher vibration. And I think where we had before with spirit having a plan for you that it wants its plan unleashed, I think that's talking about that you have a role to play in that. And it doesn't have to be something grand. Don't stress, for sure. Don't stress about trying to figure out, okay, how do I make the world a better place? I mean, that's great for thinking bigger picture, but just remember, even the small things can make a big difference. And then that catches on. All right. For the next portion, we're going to use the spread machine cards and oracles. This is the creator of the deck designed cards that you can use to make your own spreads, but the way that I like to use them is to highlight and clarify. So we're going to take one card from the main spread machine deck. I want to turn this over. If I kept looking at that word offerings, I feel like it's just going to make me cry, so it's weird. Okay, the first card that we have from this is disengage, with a keyword down here, boundary. To disown something that is not aligned with who you are. To disagree, to step away from a toxic influence, to take a break. Perfect. Yep, that disengage part there is, think about those shadow aspects of either yourself or those around you that you need to kind of cut out of your life or less than in your life. Take a break. That's all over yours. Give yourself a break, girl, boy, however you identify. Okay, so we have the quest card coming out is side quest with embark. Miscellaneous tasks, things you can do when you have time, chores, admin duties, casual goal, or passion project. And the little drawings there are a stack of books, with the top book being open. Okay, and we'll get one more from the change expansion pack for the spread machine for this final row here. No, not yet. Okay. Thought it was one, but it was actually 3 stuck together. They didn't want it, but they want this one with initiate, to start, to begin the process, to be a pioneer, to spark change, with call to action. And it actually came out in reverse. which fits in nicely here. With this coming out in reverse, when it's upright, it goes here. What we talked about before, once you get to a point where you've gone through all this, you get to a passionate, motivated point where you can initiate the next step of your journey to begin the process to be a pioneer, to spark change. And right now, because we've been telling you, take a break, take a pause, reflect, it's here at the beginning, not the end. And it's in reverse, which means it's not blocked at this point, but it's almost saying, not yet. This is, once you go through all this and get right with yourself, get into a flow of giving and receiving, then it's time for this, but not yet. Things you can do when you have time. A moment of reflection each day if you can. That can even be, you're sitting at a red light and you just take a moment and say, within this 1 minute that I have sitting at this red light, what am I thankful for? Or how's my day going? Don't zone out while you're driving, though, because you don't go when the green light turns. People get angry. People get angry. Side quest, a movie or video game. Yeah, that's what this quest, kind of the hero's journey. You have your main quest, your main goal that you're after, but sometimes side quests come up and it takes you off of your main path for a little while. I'm really being drawn to things you can do when you have time here, that momentary pause. Disown something that is not aligned with you, with who you are. Yeah. So core self, what's at the heart of the matter? Is there something that you need to get rid of, to lessen, to reduce? I think there is, because there's a small shadow aspect here. One door we need to figure out how to open in our life to move forward, to get to the vast open space of freedom and potential and opportunity. Okay, let's get some advice from astrology. These are from the Karma Cards deck. We're going to get a house, a sign, and a planet. And remember from the very beginning, in the first part, the creators of this deck mentioned that Saturn can also indicate, Saturn can also indicate a law of karma. So I feel like since this is the karma deck, and we're talking about what goes around comes around, giving and receiving, let's see if with this portion of the astrology, if it can help us focus on any karmic lessons that you're going through right now, or maybe that you need to finish or finalize or work on healing in order to get more in that energetic flow of giving and receiving. There we go. The first one coming out for you is, we got two coming out right away. So the first one coming out is a planet, which is Neptune. And then a house, which is the third house. Neptune, dreams, illusions, moon energy. That's appropriate for the full moon. Third house is communication, day-to-day travels, relationships with siblings. So right away with these two, the first line there says, inspire others with by making the right connections. And the bottom line there says, yielding is the only way to get your ideas going. Yielding. When you're driving, which is the day-to-day travel that the third house refers to, a yield sign isn't a complete stop. A yield sign is just pause. yield sign, a momentary pause along your journey, to check your surroundings, check yourself, and keep going. Not a full stop. Not hunkering down in the cave. Okay, we need a sign card coming through. So the card coming out is Cancer. This is a sign of home, emotions, loving, nurturing, your feelings, intuition. If we read the top line for here, we have inspire others with your feelings and by making the right connections with your feelings. Cancer is that water energy, heart. Maybe you're a Cancer sign. Someone significant in your life is a Cancer sign. And really, this is talking about home, nurturing, emotions being your guide, how you're feeling. Emotions, also feelings are the actual physical feelings, right? We had from the beginning the idea of energy healing. So I think if we take it in that sense, try and align yourself with people who are matching your energy right now. There's sometimes when people in your life are at this point where they're passionate, they're motivated, and that can also be motivating and inspiring for you, but it can also be a little bit stressful being like, well, they got it together. They're moving forward. I need to be that way. But it doesn't mean you need to change to do that. So maybe find people who are matching your energy, and that may be just sitting with yourself for a while. Or find other people who are also reflecting on heart type topics, feelings, emotions. Find people, activities, situations that are aligned with your current energy, your feelings, how you're feeling. If you wake up one day feeling great and you want to go out and be in the world, find an activity, even if you planned on staying home that day. Or if you planned on going out and being in the world, but you just don't feel it, and you can responsibly, appropriately do that, just say, hey, I'm going to stay home today.
Pile 3, I apologize when I forgot to hit record when I was drawing the rest of the oracles, so I'm going to briefly go through what was discussed. When I drew the blind spot oracle, which is the blue card on the very right of the screen, it came out in reverse. It was number 48, but reverse, which made me think of 84, may be relevant for you. The key word in the guidebook for that sigil is scarcity mindset, possibly forcing us into a feeling that we need to make a decision quickly or we're going to miss out. So then I quickly drew the synchronicity oracle after that, and I actually got the card next to it, which is speed. And I thought since the blind spot card was reversed, that this was just reinforcing that the speed only needs to happen once we're ready. That was then reinforced by the color goddess oracle that came out above it, which is Plum, the fierce looking plum color goddess there, which talks about her taking time to make her decisions and then acting decisively once she knows what she's doing. So I thought that fit in really well with your reading. On the left side of the screen, I also drew from the synchronicity oracle the card that came out as In Tune. So that goes back to what we were talking about with the astrology, lining up with people who are matching your energy, spending your time with people that are kind of in the same place as you are and not feeling compelled to keep up with where other people are in their journey. We also had the mention of Cancer earlier in the reading. So this made me think of love, nurture, harmony, joy. And that may be relevant for you, especially since at the beginning of the reading, we had Aphrodite and the rose quartz crystal coming out. So hopefully that's enough of a summary for you. And let me move into the next portion where it was actually recording.
All right, we're going to get some advice now from alchemy, the 4 elements. I'll roll some dice here. Each, where did that go? That came out, earth is number 8. Fire being a 6. Air being an 8. 8, 8, 8, 8. Abundance. Oh, wow. And another 8. 8, 8, 8. Okay. What's helping you process this is maybe knowing that there is a point of abundance coming for you with 8s, 8, 8, 8. We got to look at that, what that means. The angel number for this says, for 888 says, your life purpose and your wishes are in alignment. You are doing the right thing and are on the pathway of light. Yay! So I kind of was thinking of this as what you have to look forward to. And I think that really tells you that that's what you're working towards right now. What you're processing and going through with the heart healing and the steps and the progressive steps forward and the small actions are leading you to a point where your life purpose and your wishes are in alignment. You're doing the right thing and you're on the right pathway of light. That means you're doing the right thing. So good job on there. For the pathway of light, earlier we talked about making sure your actions are contributing to the higher good. So that's a nice little message coming through there from the 8s. We have 6 for the fire element, the distiller. Act as an alchemist, distiller, whose boiling chambers and cooling tubes break solutions down into their component parts as their various boiling points are slowly and deliberately reached. Analyze and evaluate your alchemy process, taking care to separate and retain only what is valuable. Attention to small but critical details will enable you to reduce the risk of error to an acceptable level. By classifying and purifying the elements of your process, you will render it most useful to your purpose. Beautiful. Consider the elements within a situation, a problem, a project, step by step. What are the different components involved? Baby steps. Analyze and evaluate through that moment of reflection. And taking time, taking actions. What did that say? Things you can do when you have time. For the, this is actually the dice for the air, and this is water, but luckily they both came out for 8s. So, yay. For the air element, we have night sky. Be aware of the night sky and know you are a tiny but uniquely influential part of all that is. We are all connected from this card here. You are a co-creator of this vast, mysterious universe, and your beliefs have brought your present experience of reality into being. Take responsibility for where your life has brought you and do not blame outside causes for your troubles. Your hopes and wishes are being materialized into reality as you sleep. Get plenty of rest and record your dreams as soon as you wake up, for they are trying to tell you something about your process. Pay attention to your dreams. There was kind of we talked about yoga being something tangible you could do. We talked about designating a moment during each day for reflection, and then maybe a dream journal, something you could do to help you with this. From the water element, we have swamp. Murkiness is what that is. Are you one of the few who can pass through the swamp without fear? Beneath the fetid, stagnant waters, decomposing plant life provides a rich breeding ground for the infinite number of strange organisms at the bottom of the food chain, which sustains us all. Feelings of anxious self-doubt caused by our encounter with our ever-present shadow side can weaken resolve, acting out of a feeling of scarcity and loss is what that draws me to. Feelings of anxious self-doubt caused by our encounter with our ever-present shadow side can weaken resolve and poison our relationships with suspicion. Until we feel that we can grow ever more inclusive of our experience, we will be afraid. Get yourself to a point where you are good with yourself before engaging in significant ways with other people. From the earth element, another 8. Avalanche. Oh boy. The first line says, your desires will be buried under the rocks of the avalanche. You will know defeat at this stage of your process, for despite its troublesome nature, defeat has its place in your plan. That's the 5 of Swords energy coming through. There may be a small setback that you need to look out for that comes from a feeling, this blind spot from feelings of loss, scarcity, defeat. But remember, it has a place in your process, in your plan. Spirit wants your plan unleashed. Remember that from the beginning. Maybe small setbacks or some anxiety is going to be involved in that, but we've learned that we can get through that. The generals of the East were said to plan their wars lasting many years with periods of loss, not only expected but desired. Every defeat would affect both their enemy and their own nation in ways that could be foreseen and used to ensure their eventual victory. Examine your goals and methods to see how your loss benefits you. Okay, I'm not really going to advocate for inputting loss and defeat for you or your enemies. I just did your enemies. I'm not going to advocate for purposely failing or purposely causing loss. But I'm going to focus on when you're at a point in your life when you are experiencing loss. This last sentence, examine your goals and methods to see how your loss benefits you. A loss may also be those things that you're cutting away, and it's hard to make breaks sometimes from people or activities or situations that are in our lives. And that's a loss, right? If you're cutting away things or reducing things in your life, that's a form of loss. So maybe under this, we had that giving and receiving, where I mentioned having self-discipline and pragmatic thoughts about how to move forward to do things that might even be difficult for you to do. So that this right here can maybe be a way to help process and analyze that information by thinking about how that loss is a positive for you. What can that contribute to your goal and your method, or your goals and methods? What can loss contribute to your goals that benefits you? A loss you may think, since this is encouraging you to take that moment of pause, you may feel like you're missing out on something that's happening right here and now that you want, that sounds fun, that sounds exciting, that you want to be part of. But by taking that momentary pause, maybe you're not having that experience, and that is considered a loss. For example, I'm thinking just this staying home instead of going out with friends idea. But how is that benefiting you? If you don't have energy that day and you still go out with friends, you're going to have less energy the next day. But if you don't have energy that day and you decide to give yourself a break and you rest and sleep and reflect, you're going to wake up feeling more energized, hopefully. That's the hope. And that benefits you. And then maybe the next day or night you can go out with friends. Okay, let's get to a final affirmation and question to consider before we end this reading. Oh, see, No, all y'alls can't come out. Sorry. 1 or 2, maybe 3. Okay. This deck was like, fine, you want one? I'm going to give you one with all the spectrums of the colors that you wanted. That's nice. I love it. These 3 words define who I am. A blank, a blank, and a blank. How do I feel when I focus on being myself? How do I feel when I focus on being myself? Yes, tying it back to the very beginning where we said our core true self and connecting with that through spirit is going to be important for us right now. How do I feel when I focus on being myself? So, an action that you can take or an exercise you can do, these 3 words define who I am, and then pick 3 words. I'm going to add something to this because 3 words about who you are much more than that. Come on now. But let's just do 3 words about who I am at this moment in time and how I'm feeling so that I can help align myself with where I need to be at this point in my journey. And the affirmation, I know who I am. When I trust this, I can reach my full potential. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I got excited. I love that. That's a great affirmation for ending this reading. I know who I am. When I trust this, I can reach my full potential. Yes. This whole progression to this point. Okay, pile 3, I'm going to end your reading on that really positive note. I like that. Definitely love your feedback on these readings so that I can make them better and give the messages that you want coming through in a way that resonates. Hey, have a great day, pile 3. Bye. Hi, pile 4. Welcome to your reading for spirit messages for the new year 2023. The time of this reading coincides with the full wolf moon in January of 2023. So time of communication, protection, being active when others aren't, type energy. We're looking specifically for messages coming between the earthly and spiritual realms. You've chosen the pile that has the opalite ankh or anchor cross, which is said to be subtle yet highly energetic. The energy of this crystal is for helping through transitions, persistence, and communication. The tarot deck for this reading is the Tarot of the Sidhe, which is an Irish Gaelic or Scottish term for the fairy realm. And the creator of this deck envisioned it as a bridge between the worlds. So since we're looking for messages coming back and forth between the earthly and spiritual realms, I think we'll get some really good messages coming through. Before we go with tarot, we're going to draw 4 oracle cards to help set the tone for this reading, help us understand what kind of energy is coming through, help you make a decision whether or not this is a reading that you want to listen to, or if it may not apply. Within 4 oracle cards, hopefully we'll have a really good idea about what will be coming through for us today. We're going to start by drawing from the Intuition Oracle. Start with 1 card, please, Spirit, for pile 4. There we go. Thank you. This is what the card looks like. We'll get into that more in just a moment. Okay. 1 card, please, for pile 4. Let us know what messages are coming through from Spirit. For the new year 2020. Oh, right. All right. Well, this is definitely a card come flying out. I did a pretty impressive juggling act to keep it from falling on the floor. If I congratulate myself for that. Just so you know, that card's energy coming out is pretty high energy. The next card we're going to draw is from the Crystal Wisdom Healing Oracle. And one more card from the Spirit Allies Oracle. Thank you. Okay. So, with the crystal that we chose being the opalite and kind of the quality, subtle colors, being a subtle looking crystal, but yet being high energy, helping us connect to the realms of spiritual and in between. And the Tarot of the She, talking about being a bridge between worlds. I think we might be looking for something unseen at the moment, waiting for something to be revealed. Lots of butterflies in this imagery here, which is a classic symbol for transformation. Look how the colors match that opalite stone with the butterflies. That's nice beginning. So let's see what the back of this card says. Number 41 reduces to 5. The improviser with the affirmation, I effortlessly adapt to deal with unexpected circumstances. Great. So, yeah, I think our mention of talking about something that may be unseen or hidden at the moment, waiting for something to be revealed, with the affirmation, I effortlessly adapt to deal with unexpected circumstances. The improviser. So far I'm seeing nothing in terms of necessarily the type of message we're going to get, but kind of a confirmation that whatever's coming for you, even if you're not aware of it right now, you'll be ready for it. It's something that you can deal with. The guidebook for this card talks about how the improviser lives in perfect harmony with the flowing moment we call now. The ability to improvise requires a deep understanding of your subject, whether obtained through formal study or dedicated practice, or both, and the fearlessness to go by the book, to not go by the book, but to let go of all your training and allow your instincts to guide you. The skill of improvising is another essential ability to ensure that you can deal with whatever life throws at you. Many of our fears about the future and the unknown are the result of being afraid that we will not be able to successfully deal with unexpected events. Even the best improviser cannot function well when they allow themselves to become overwhelmed with anxiety. So, this may be coming through at this time of the year when this reading is being done, about thinking about the new year and all that you want to accomplish, maybe looking back and thinking over the prior year about things you wanted to accomplish but you can't, or you didn't. And I'm telling us to be persistent based on the qualities that the opalite stone is supposed to help us evoke. Be persistent. Know that you can deal. Know that you're ready. Know that you have the strength. Know that you have experiences to draw on, but also that you can adapt and overcome when needed. And we can do that by recognizing, acknowledging, and working through fears and anxieties. Not to mention all the joyful things that we have to be grateful for in life. Remembering already what we have to be grateful for. All right, so let's see what this really high energy card was that wanted to jump out at us. And we have Persephone, new beginnings. Look at all those colors on her dress, the flowers adorning her dress. New beginnings. This is appropriate for the time of year, New Year. Again, this is a timeless reading. So if you are not watching this at the beginning of 2023, know that there may be messages coming through from you for you. There's a lot of flower energy here. Nature may be relevant. Working with nature may be something for you that is helpful or relevant. Maybe you do that right now. I'm also kind of being drawn to how her dress itself is whitish gray, and the rest of the card is kind of dull. And, this is the winter time when this reading is being done. So maybe finding ways to add some color to your space will help you during time of winter when it's kind of dreary outside. Message in the guidebook for this starts off with a time of complete renewal. You have the power to create light-filled change and rebirth. You will be able to deal with anything, and you have the power to make any changes that you want to make. That Gandhi saying, be the change you wish to see in the world, I think is really appropriate here. So I think we're getting some nods of confidence from Spirit here that if you're considering going through something new, starting a new project, starting something new, just even thinking about the new year, you are capable, able, and hopefully willing to go through that if need be. And this is just a nod from Spirit to be confident in that. Oh, perfect. The guidebook continues. You may feel lost, exhausted, afraid, or shrouded in darkness, but Persephone is here to say, don't give up. Persistence. She reminds you of the dual feminine powers of diving underground only to rise up again renewed. Like a phoenix rising, you're a skilled alchemist who can begin over and over again in life, creating stronger foundations, soul-inspired work, and enriched relationships. You have what it takes to ascend into spring, taking deeper spiritual lessons from the underworld with you. So this is a transition point, I think, from if we're looking for any indications of timing, this will be kind of the first quarter of the year as we transition from winter into the springtime. And again, it's just saying, you got it. You got it. You're on it. You can do it. The next card we have is Menolite, number 40. I actually don't know anything about this stone. Okay. So the first key word here, if we're looking for an archetype to help us or a guide that's coming through, this first phrase for this is the wise feminine. This stone has a profound connection with Earth, the wise feminine, and priestess power. It marks the passage through womanhood to wisdom. It says, go deep to find yourself, to find your connection to Mother Earth, the underworld. In this case, I don't know if we're dealing with the underworld in terms of the shadow aspect, but it's definitely saying grounding and earth elements are important for you. And if we're looking for the confidence to know that we can move forward and that we have what it takes, grounding may be something to work on first. The healing insight that this creator gives is maturing is a process of growing wiser. The soul and the heart do not age. What was the number here? We had 41. Reduces to 5. We have 40 here. Okay, let's see. We have number 16, Kunzite, as a spirit ally. Another crystal coming through. So grounding, earth elements. This reduces to a 7. Once again, I don't know much about this crystal, so let's see. Although I am being drawn to how the color, the pink color comes through with how it matches this one about improvising. 16 is the Tower card in tarot. Not sure. Oh, yeah, not sure if it's connected. Yes, it is, because we talked about being able to deal with anything unexpected coming up. So if we bring in the Tower energy here, this is just reaffirming that you have what it takes to get through anything unexpected that may arise. And the main saying for this card in the guidebook says to experience joy. This stone is used to encourage empathy and compassion and is connected to the divine feminine energy in the heart. So here was kind of the Mother Earth energy, and here's the divine feminine. So connections between the earthly realm and the spirit realm with a feminine divine feminine energy angle. Persephone coming through, strong feminine entities. Some prompts from the guidebook here. It says, think about the last time you felt truly happy, not just for a brief moment, but pure, heart-clenching happiness. Kunzite is here to remind you to keep searching for that feeling. You are being encouraged to pursue what will fill you with unadulterated joy. Apply for your dream job, move to the city on your vision board, take a leap. It says try your hand at open mic. So maybe we have some entertainers here, some speakers. This opalite stone is about communication. So communication may be something relevant in your life, something prominent. So I really like the last statement in this guidebook. It says, life is what you make of it, and you can make it your dream life. So you have what it takes to get through anything that may be coming ahead for you, even if it's unexpected or something that you didn't think about. Okay, we're going to draw some tarot now. Out number 4. Thank you. 3 more. You. Thanks. I don't know why, but when I just looked up at my camera to check, these look like musical notes to me. So maybe in terms of communication, using your voice. Thank you. Music may be something for maybe you're either involved in or something that will be helpful for you, especially if you're like, what's your theme song as you're trying to give yourself the confidence and remind you that you have what it takes to move forward. You know, you need your theme song or your pregame music, your playlist. That might be something for you to work on. Not work on, but maybe something for you that you can use. Okay, let's see what we got. So we have Warrior 4, Foundations Blessed. In this case, the warriors are the wands, fire energy. 4 of Wands is a very positive card in traditional tarot, even with cause for celebration, unity. Got 2 figures here coming together along with the hands coming together, almost warming themselves alongside a fire or coming together to create fire. Foundations blessed. Yeah, you have what it takes. You can handle whatever's coming, even if it's unexpected. Next, we have Dreamer 6, Insights Voyage. The dreamers in this deck are the air element, the sword. So it's a little bird here up front, a hawk or a owl on the front of the boat. It's almost, this figure is almost setting sail, like setting this boat off to sail in the air, not the water traditionally. I mean, maybe it could be water. You've got some wave here, but my initial thought was especially with these being considered the dreamers. I was thinking of the dandelion, blowing on the dandelion, or even an eyelash that falls on your face, blowing that off to make a wish. Maybe you have a dream or a wish that maybe you haven't felt you were ready to tackle, or maybe not felt that was right for you, or you were deserving of it. But this is kind of confirmation that you are deserving of it. And the traditional Six of Swords is talking about leaving behind a situation to go forward to something better. And here we have Insight's voyage. So we're talking about some kind of journey inspired by thought, insight that could come through communication. So the keywords the creator gives for this are escape, travel, retreat, destiny, going with the flow, and logic. In this guidebook, she gives a little poem for the minor arcana. And in this case, for Dreamer 6, it says, "Heed now, dreamer, a brighter quest. The winds of fate, who know you best, will guide you now in secret ways to brighter truths and clearer days." Okay, so when we were talking about something unseen, something in the hidden realms here, there may be some guidance coming through from spirit that's not, that is in secret ways, right? So that doesn't necessarily mean it's a secret that you can't know, but maybe it's some stuff going on behind the scenes to help you on your way. And they've got this sun card on here. Your future is brighter. So whatever is going on behind the scenes with spirit, and even people that you know in your circle of friends, family, coworkers, etc. Anyway, because we're talking about between the realms, the whole spectrum of entities within the universe may be working behind the scenes to help you go on your brighter path. It's not necessarily known to you at this moment, but it's something that you're going to be able to deal with. They're not going to throw anything at you that you can't deal with. Next, we have number 12, reduces to 3, the Hanged Man. Yeah, see, this little figure is so small compared to the vastness up of the other cards. So this is you within a vast universe being asked to trust that a plan is coming together, even if it's not seen to you at the moment. And it'll be something that you can handle. I mean, maybe this is just a clear message that's going to keep restating itself here. We have Dreamer 3, soul loss. Here we're getting some depth. This equates to the 3 of Swords, which in the typical traditional tarot talks about heartache, and here it's talking about soul loss. It's a hole going right through this figure, right in the heart area. Let's see what the guidebook says for this. The heart of dream is torn in 3, leaving a hole where the hole should be. The blessed ravens feast on sorrow. The light may bring a fairer morrow. So this said a hole is where the hole with WHOLE should be. Yet the ravens are messengers for a fairer morrow, a brighter future. So this is saying you have what it takes to get through any sorrow, trauma, heartbreak, bitterness, mental anguish, and release that you are dealing with at the moment. The way this figure is holding their hands like this is right on the horizon area of this card. So I think this is saying make sure that you're remaining open to receive any blessings that may be coming for you, even if they're unexpected, or coming from something maybe you're not familiar with. It's being open to new ideas, being open to new ideas here with insight. Maybe other areas of life that you haven't been inspired by before are going to start coming through in this time of new beginnings. And that you are standing on solid foundations here in order to move forward here. This really was spirit / the universe getting ready to push you out on your journey. But at the moment, the hangman is a time of pause and new perspective. Oh, new perspectives. Yeah. Insight. Consider guidance that may be coming through from areas you haven't traditionally worked with or considered. I effortlessly adapt to deal with unexpected circumstances. Number 41, the improviser. Okay, pile 4, let's get you some more oracle cards. First, we're going to start with the Amazonian Angel Oracle. This one wants to be seen. Number 21, Raphael, the Angel of Science and Arts. We did have the mention earlier about formal study, not meaning that you don't need to necessarily rely on formal study and training, but the arts and science is a kind of standard name for a lot of colleges, a lot of areas of study. So potentially your new beginning is related to something in the science and art areas where you may have been considering getting involved in those. And that's kind of confirmation, I think, coming from that. So we have number 29, Angel of Karma. Wow. Okay. Got lots of figures, lots of stuff going on in this card here. This figure is wearing a cape that has the cosmos in it. We've got a blue feather here I'm being drawn to. That may be a sign or symbol for you to listen to. The blue jay blue jay card that I have in another deck talks about recognizing and using your gifts. So maybe if you're struggling with confidence now about moving forward in something new, this is telling you you have what it takes to handle it. So maybe consider some of your skills, abilities, powers, strengths that you may not have considered before, or maybe you forgot about just because life is what it is. And sometimes I don't want to say take for granted, but sometimes things just become so natural, like on autopilot, that we actually forget that that's a strength or a skill or ability that we have and that we're really good at. So I feel like that's kind of a reminder for you to maybe make an I love me list of all the things that you're good at as a way to unlock any areas that you may be feeling stuck in. The Angel of Karma. Number 29 reduces to 11, reduces to 2. She's got the top of her cape is a red hood. Makes me think of Little Red Riding Hood going through the woods. This talked about any situation of sorrow, challenge that you may be going through. Little Red Riding Hood going through the woods with her little basket on the way to Grandma's. Ends up defeating the wolf in the end. Oh, wolf. So in this case, the wolf, in the Little Red Riding Hood story, the wolf is presented as a bad guy. But remember, I'm doing this on the the full moon for the wolf moon. And the card, I actually did bring this out for one of the other readings, but I want to bring it out for you as well. Witching Hour Oracle. It has a card for each phase of each moon cycle. And for the wolf moon, the card is number 2. 29 reduces to 11, reduces to 2. And this one, the card for the full moon phase of the wolf moon cycle is number 2, Protection. And she's wearing a hooded cape as well. So not only do you have what it takes to get through whatever is in store for you, whatever you may be going through currently, you're protected also. You're protected from moving forward. You've got solid foundations to draw from, and you are protected as you move forward on a new journey, considering new perspectives to potentially get over some kind of loss or make it through a challenge that you're facing. So this guidebook starts off with a quote that's by Maya Angelou, famous writer. So we talk about communication. That's coming through another confirmation. Maybe you were thinking of doing something with communication, writing, speaking, presenting, art that evokes a message. This is kind of confirmation for you to move forward on that, with that, but also an intent to have. The Maya Angelou quote says, "Try to be a rainbow in someone's cloud." Angel of karma. As we're dealing with karmic cycles, what goes around comes around. So if you try to be a rainbow in a dark world, if you try to be the bright light in the dark world, help people out by helping them see the rainbows when all they see is clouds, that kind of karma will come back to you eventually as well. So this is saying move forward with good intentions. This is also mentioning the divine scribe, keeping track of actions through karma. So there's another reference to writing. Yeah, the guidebook goes on just to say the exact same thing. It mentions the golden rule of treat others as you wish to be treated. And that will help keep you moving forward with positive intention, positive actions, and being able to deal with anything that comes at you in a positive way, meaning that you'll be able to deal with it, even if it's difficult, in order to get through that situation to support your higher goals and your intentions. Additional thought for reflection that the guidebook mentions here is you have learned something about yourself that needed this karmic catalyst to be activated and then healed. You have learned something about yourself that was a catalyst for recognizing what needed to be healed. With this strong, blessed foundations card being here, it may mean that what you recognized about yourself is that you were ready to move forward. You're no longer stuck. The path may not be exactly clear and spelled out for you. You may not know exactly what to do, but you're ready to move forward. And you should have trust in the universe by knowing that behind the scenes, something's going on with the plan that maybe brings some new perspectives to you to deal with any challenges that you're going to face. Yeah, let's get a card from the Great Mystic Oracle, since we talked about entities behind the scenes, putting things in motion for you. Remember, for a brighter future, right? This is talking about challenges you might have to go through, but the overall sense of it is a brighter future coming for you, something positive. Sun is also sometimes associated with life path. So maybe some kind of catalyst that you experienced recently is helping set you on to your life path. Yes, okay. So the card that we have coming through is the Druid, which talks about advice through the past, alchemy, and Mater. We have the Druids, advice through the past. This is apparently like an alchemist opening his robe to show you all the potions and tools and tips and tricks maybe he has for processing things. So maybe draw on a lot of different things. A lot of people talk about having a toolkit ready. It's like you have things in your toolkit that you can draw upon so that you're ready to respond to anything unexpected coming up. It's saying advice through the past, alchemy, and Mater. Druid. Oh, well, that matches in with the Celtic theme, the Irish-Scottish heritage culture that this tarot deck is focusing on. When I talk about having things in your toolkit, it doesn't necessarily mean tangible tools, but it could be something like when thinking about how to deal with something in the present, advice from the past can be something like, when I experienced something similar to this in the past, I responded in such a way, and that led to either positive or negative consequences. So should I react and respond in the same way or a different way, a new perspective, in order to affect the change that I want for the situation that I'm dealing with at the moment or past? Something else in the toolkit would be if it's something that you're trying to process in the present, but by looking to the future. So, and I don't know if this is one of those things that you're supposed to cite, but if I can find who actually came up with this, I'll put it there. But it's kind of the rule of 10 moving forward. So kind of, I don't know if that's even what it's called, but the way I think of it, like, okay, this is the situation I'm in right now. In 10 minutes, will this matter? In 10 hours, will it matter? In 10 days, will it matter? In 10 months, will it matter? 10 weeks, 10 years. And that helps you frame what kind of reaction and response you should have. You're like, okay, this is something I'm going through right now, but in 10 minutes, it is not going to matter. So don't take it too seriously. Or if you recognize, hey, in 10 years, this is going to make a difference. So let me put some thought into this and take another look and consider this to be a little bit more of a serious situation to deal with, that type of thing. I have, I need to catch my breath because I have a challenge of putting all my thoughts into words and getting them out before my brain runs away with it and moves on to something else. I actually got out of breath trying to say all that. Okay, let's see what the guidebook says for the Druid card in this deck so that we can, especially what's advice through the past is kind of clear to me, especially this figure kind of looks like the Hierophant, which talks about traditional standard knowledge, structure, order, etc. In this case, it's telling you focus on the positive aspects of that. Sometimes the Hierophant card is presented in a negative way in terms of being old structures that are no longer serving us. That may be relevant for you. But in this case, I think this card is drawing us to things in the past that we can draw on that are still relevant without having us caged into one way of being or one structure or order. But order is helpful. The easiest thing I think about when I get irritated with rules is driving. If there weren't basic rules for driving on a certain side of the road or let's just leave it at that. Yeah, everybody would be picking whichever side they felt like, and you wouldn't know where what to expect. You wouldn't know which way people would be coming from. But here, at least we can know that if I'm going this way, I'm driving on this side of the road, and the other people will be coming that way, and that smooths your path, right? So not all order, structure, rules are bad. Okay, this is really, really good because these two stones here, remember, it talked about the Mother Earth energy and the divine feminine. So here it says the druid offers healing and guidance through the study and presence of the natural world in all its forms, from the movement of celestial bodies to the wind in the trees. I was on track here where I was talking about think about things in the past that can help you now, lessons learned type thing. It does say what faces you is old and known, its root distant and powerful. Trace the line of your task backwards through influences, meanings, and past purposes. Those might be small ways, perspectives for you to use to frame whatever situation this applies to for you. All right, let's get a moon magic oracle card, please. I'm still not sure about this word. It didn't specifically mention nadir. Nadir, I think, is the opposite of an apex, like a low point. I'm not sure what that has to do with alchemy and nadir there. Maybe that means something to you guys. I'm not really sure if I need to be focusing on that, but it is making me think different perspectives, highs and lows, positives, negatives, what's worked in the past, lessons learned, that kind of thing. Whoa. Holy moly. This card flew out of the deck. And even though it's come out in 2 of the previous readings, I feel like it just wants to be heard. So this is number 3 card, Waxing Crescent, which is the beginning stage. So that matches up here. The beginning stage of a moon cycle, confirmation of the point you are, new beginnings coming, and that you have what it takes to deal with it. I have gotten something different out of this card from the prior 2 readings. So the keywords for this card are serendipity, motivation, and change. So change is there. Motivation is there with the persistence element coming through with the opalite. Okay, so this is referring to the unseen here. It says, although you might not be able to see a clear path ahead, take a few decisive steps forward to help in the overall manifestation process and bring your goals to fruition. Even small steps will get you somewhere. So small actions that you can take, even if things are unseen, uncertain, taking a few small actions. In the case of how I thought about Little Red Riding Hood there, when she first saw, the wolf in her grandmother's bed dressed as grandmother, she was uncertain about what she was seeing. So what was her first decisive small action? It was to ask questions or make observations. Gee, Grandma, what big nose you have. If I said that to my grandma, I would be corrected very quickly. But in this case, it was a wolf. Taking a few small decisive actions in this case was making observations and asking questions. It wasn't anything drastic, right? So that may be another thing for you to put in your toolkit when it's talking about you have what it takes to get through and improvise. Observations and questions are helpful, I think, always, but it's a good, if you're thinking about toolkits, yeah, making observations and reflecting on how those apply or what those mean, what you're seeing, what you are actually seeing in a situation, even if the entire thing is uncertain. And asking questions. Asking questions is great. In some contexts, I'm being drawn to the Hierophant here. people asking questions may not be appreciated. So that may be where you bring in the divine feminine quality here of caring, understanding, compassion, and kindness. So if you have questions about a situation, the way you present those. Oh yeah, we had communication coming through is something to have focus on in here. The way that you phrase the question or ask the question may be important here. So if you are at a point in your life where questions need to be asked, maybe taking some time to reflect on how you can go about doing so, maybe from a different perspective, or even just prefacing your question with, I have a question in order to help me better understand, or I agree with you. If you do, don't pretend to agree. I mean, in most situations, when some people in my family ask if I like their cooking, I say yes. So there you go, little white lies. Maybe saying something like, I agree with you, and I have a question that will help me better understand or move forward. Something, being able to find a way to ask questions so that they aren't viewed by whoever you're posing the question to as adversarial. Small steps, small decisive actions. The waxing crescent time of the moon cycle is a great time to create plans. Forgetting the number here was 41, reduces to 5. There's a 3. Oh, there's the 3. The hangman is the 12 card, which reduces to 3. Considering new perspectives in order to figure out small decisive actions to take is some guidance for you. Okay, one more card for this portion of the reading. We're going to take the Rise of the Warrior Oracle. We are going to draw one here. I want to see what this Tarot of the She says about the Hierophant card. Number 5. The Hierophant card in Tarot is a number 5, which this 41 was reduced to as well. Give me a second. I'm going to find the Hierophant. That way I'm just not talking to you. Let me find it. So in this deck, the number 5 is the Elder. So the Hierophant card traditionally in this deck is being presented as the Elder. This imagery right away is taking me to Garden of Eden imagery. So definitely historical ancestors. We've got a serpent there, an apple tree. There is a hole in this tree, just like this figure has a hole. So if you're looking for any areas to focus on, matters of the heart chakra may be relevant. What's at your core? Randomly drawn to this little stool here that looks like it's covered in red velvet and would typically be in front of a mirror vanity type thing. I don't know why the chair's there. Maybe she's expecting someone. She's sitting on something similar. Maybe she's expecting someone. So we have a druid and then a female or feminine figure here. So this is masculine and feminine elders, divine masculine and divine feminine coming together. We had a focus on the feminine aspect here, especially here with Mother Earth and divine feminine there. And that's really coming through here in this card in terms of Elder Earth, Mother Earth guidance. So the keywords here are tradition, knowledge, system, history, myth, study. Another mention of studying. Teacher, initiation, clergy, religion, and ritual. It says you may learn, yet you may teach. It says all must grow and all must change, but some things stay the same. There you go. Take the things from the past and lessons learned that have served you or could serve you. Keep those with you as you move forward. It says, I am fixed and sturdy as the roots, a solid foundation. I am fixed and sturdy as the roots, but as reaching as the highest branches still growing to the sky. Beautiful. Okay, so this is kind of confirmation that we have the earth to spiritual, having solid foundations, being rooted, being grounded in order to grow higher. You have what it takes to get through whatever you're going to face. Your foundations are strong. A little nudge to help you recognize that is a strength, and self-confidence, maybe something. I'm also being drawn to the different figures in this card, how they could be a lot of traditional elders in different traditions. So maybe exploring your ancestry, your heritage. Okay. This card came through, number 35, reduces to an 8. Storm warning. Responding, not reacting. I'm laughing because I corrected myself a couple times during this reading, just being aware that we should respond, not react. And this card came out. Responding, not reacting. Storm warning. Yes, you have what it takes to get through anything that may be coming. We've got the lightning strikes here, and a lot of tower cards in the traditional tarot have lightning striking the tower, and this is number 16, which is the tower card. I don't get the sense that there's any major tower moment, like sudden crazy change, but we do have from the tower idea concept, we do have unexpected change. I don't see anything here that really is suggesting drastic, earth-shattering, life-changing events coming through, but unexpected things that pop up, you can deal with them. And this is storm warning, right? So if a storm's coming, there's a warning about it. It's not just boom out of the blue. So I think that if you're paying attention to patterns, signs, looking for those whispers of insight, that you can prepare yourself to be able to respond and not react. Reactions are good in terms of, I think we all react to situations in terms of situations or things that happen to us, give us what's our reaction to it. That means, how does it make me feel? What does it make me think about? Does it give me positive or negative feelings or sense of positive or negative? But our behavior doesn't need to be a reaction. Our behavior can be a response in which we're pausing for a moment. We've got the hangman here, pausing, and then responding in an appropriate manner. Self-control, self-confidence, making observations, asking questions, finding ways to frame those observations and questions in a way that doesn't create adversity, that draws on the divine feminine power of compassion, understanding, and intuition. Okay, pile 4. I think this is pretty clear here. This is the first portion of your reading. I also have a standard set of cards that I'm going to use to get additional information, and I'm going to take some time to set that up, and I will be right back. For this next section of the reading, we're going to be using the Transparent Tarot, which is actually by the same creator as the Tarot of the Sidhe. I've already taken the cards that came out during your tarot. And we've got the Four of Wands, the Six of Swords, the Hanged Man, and the Three of Swords. Yes, I know. I touched you and I thought about something as I was doing the preparation, so I will get to you in a moment. The first thing I see here is how the Hanged Man, which is talking about pausing, waiting, thinking about new perspectives. It can also refer to being stuck, but I haven't really seen that yet in your reading. Any feelings of being stuck, but keep in mind that may be something there. And I'm not sure. Well, okay, I see a couple different things here. So one is the way that it's coming off the boat from the Six of Swords looks almost like an anchor. We had some messages earlier about being grounded. So maybe taking insight from new perspectives in order to ground your thoughts. Maybe a question to ask yourself, what insight can I gain by considering different perspectives to this situation in order to figure out my next decisive action to take? These Four of Wands characters here look like they're building something. And the way that they're holding their wands actually does look like a house or a roof. So you're protected and you have a stable foundation to work off of. This boat, if it's not a boat, definitely looks like a stable foundation, especially with all those layers there. Fourth house with the home aspect may be a relevant aspect of your chart. And the different options that I saw were, if this is coming down to this Three of Swords figure, almost looks like he's trying to catch that figure, that object, that new perspective. So when dealing with, it's talked about how you have what it takes to get through any situation when dealing with times of sorrow or mental block or grief. Open your arms to catch new perspectives, kind of reiterating the same message. It does look like a cocoon here to me as well. We had all these butterflies coming through here in the beginning. So transformation, you may be in the cocoon stage of preparing for a new beginning. But the second option that I saw was it almost looked like this was being magic spun from this figure here up into the rest of the card, inserting new perspectives into the strong foundations and things that you're building. That's really a key theme throughout your reading is the new perspectives, different perspectives, considering all options so that you're ready to deal with anything that comes, even if it's unexpected. So what I thought about with this card that was trying to get my attention was how we had the similarity between these two cards. I wanted me to move it here because the wolf wanted to be seen more. It is the wolf moon, full moon. And we've got two hooded figures here. The figures here have their hands in the same position in front of their heart area. This one is grasping somewhat tightly to a sword, which could be actually a physical sword for protection, but also in this case, it's a pretty sturdy sword. So I'm thinking that this is just a reminder of keep hold of your thoughts and ideas that are sturdy and strong and stable and maybe time tested in order to protect yourself moving forward. You're kind of armed, so to speak, with the lessons that you've already learned and that have served you. Thoughts and ideas aspect. And then this figure is holding some kind of orb. I don't know if it's a globe. I don't actually know what it is, but it speaks to foundations as well. But with the world And the whole world in your hands. This Three of Swords, which was kind of talking about the more negative aspect of this reading, talking about how there's a hole where the hole with a W should be. And in this case, this orb here is filling the same space on the figure where that hole is. You know, there's a little bit of difference between, I can hold this better for you guys. Okay, so there's a difference between how this figure is holding her hands tightly and this figure's arms are wide open. This is almost a balance in the middle of being close but open, close to your chest but open. So open to new ideas, maybe keeping things to yourself for a while until you've figured out the appropriate response to something. Not completely closed, not completely open, but balanced. Just enough of each one. Just closed enough, but just open enough. Okay, we'll keep that under consideration. We'll keep moving forward here. Let's get a divine door. Whoa, coming right out. And this is what it looks like. And the back of the card says, the Odyssey. Take in the beauty of country lands and botany. Flowers everywhere. Explore the wonder like a gypsy traveler's odyssey. Yeah, flowers. I guess it goes this way, huh? I had it this way first. Okay. Herbal remedies maybe coming to mind here. Going to a botanical garden. Maybe going to a botanical garden for inspiration. Talks about travel and exploration. Setting off on a new adventure. Throat chakra colors coming through from how we were focused on that orb and the blue feather, and this is a light blue door with the colors matching. So communication, again, coming through for you. You know, Persephone, I think, was at least somebody in that story was traveling back and forth between the underworld and Earth. And then we have Mother Earth connected to the divine feminine here. So you have all realms represented here. Communication between the realms. This tarot deck inspiration was to bridge the gap between the realms. And we've been talking about how the whole time about considering new perspectives. The improviser that can handle whatever comes up, whether it's in the underworld, earth, or spiritual heavenly world, the cosmos. This new beginning that you're going to start, things that are coming together behind the scenes, may be indicating that you are a communicator who can bridge the gap between the underworld, the earth, the cosmos. You're a communicator who can draw parallels or connections between things in order to help people understand situations. Maybe your communication is just about that, about movement between the different realms and understanding a variety of perspectives, new and old, in order to create appropriate responses. Maybe that's some way that your communication, some theme about your communication. This wolf keeps staring at me. I don't know what you want right now. The next card we're going to take is from, we're going to get 3 actually from the series of decks from the spread machine. And this creator created these cards to help you make your own tarot spreads, but also to help highlight and clarify the different layers of readings. So let's get 1 spread machine for that top layer, please. Communications between the realms. We've got goals, productivity, habit. And this is for focus areas. Goals, productivity, and habit. So habit is here. I don't take habit in a negative connotation here. Habit being those things we habitually do that serve us well, help us meet our goals, and be productive. The tarot aspect or section of this reading, we're going to get one from the Quest expansion pack from the Spread Machine creator. This is, specific aspects of your hero's journey. Expansion pack for this. 1 card, please, Spirit. Productivity, taking small decisive actions. And we have weapon in the equipment section. Oh, we talked about having your toolkit, having your weapon. What is your best offensive gear? How can you advance and progress vigorously? How can you achieve your aims and smash those goals? What is a skill, a talent, or an aspect of your power that you can utilize to manifest your desired outcome? I'm going to make sure I'm showing this to you because that's basically what I was talking about in terms of figuring out what you need in your toolkit and ways to consider situations in order to move forward and respond appropriately. Improvise to unexpected circumstances. Okay, we're going to get the final card for this row from the Change expansion pack of the Spread Machine. Right away coming out. We have Reciprocate, which is a call to action to respond kindly, to return the favor or effort, to give back. Perfect. So we had this angel of karma here speaking about treating others as you wish to be treated. We have responding, not reacting, doing so in a kind, compassionate way, drawing on the power of the divine feminine from Mother Earth energy and divine feminine cosmos energy. Return the favor or effort and give back when you can. Reciprocate. I'm going to set this right here with this waxing crescent card so that they all can be seen here. And we're talking about responses and reactions, reciprocating decisive actions, giving back, returning the favor, responding kindly. That may just be the step that you need to take, even. A step could be you making and committing to the decision that in my life, I am going to make an effort to respond kindly and appropriately. Knowing that I put that out into the world and what goes around comes around. Okay, let's get some astrological advice. We're going to be using these karma cards. So maybe particularly relevant to you since we had the angel of karma coming out here. We're going to take 3 cards from this. We're going to get a sign, a planet, and a house from astrology to add some additional information. So can we get a sign, a house, and a planet, please? Spirit for pile number 4. Action, fire energy. Need a sign or a house, please. Add to our... Okay, that is also a planet, so we don't need that one. Went flying out, though. That card that fell on the floor is like crying out to me, so we're going to take it. And the one that came out was Neptune. So, goals, productivity, habit, we won't forget about you. Mars and Neptune, maybe 2 significant planets for you. Mars is action. Neptune talks about dreams, sometimes illusions, spiritual, psychic. Maybe that's coming. Yeah, that's why you wanted to come through, huh? So this is maybe talking about how you wanted, how you have what it takes to deal with anything that comes through. And then because this Neptune came through and made me think of kind of psychic tendencies. And we already talked about how you have the ability to understand the underworld, the earthly realm, and the spiritual realm, the cosmos. So maybe there's some, and behind the scenes is maybe you'll be experiencing some kind of psychic activation. Here's our sign coming out. Aries matches Mars. Great. We have willpower standing out. Willpower, you have what it takes. Be confident that you have what it takes. So maybe you'll be experiencing in the next year or so some kind of psychic power activation or enhancement of anything that you already have in terms of psychic skills and abilities. Witchcraft may be relevant there because they're talking about these elders, the druids, the toolkit that you use. We had the Hierophant mentioning ritual. Between I mentioned magically kind of sending up the new perspectives into the foundations and things that you're building. This may be indicating some kind of spiritual or psychic activation for you. We've got our house card. We've got the the 8th house, the underworld and the occult, other people's resources, the mysteries of life, what you think you know about the mysteries of life, personal power. Here's coming a major change. That's the first time it's talked about like a major change. Everything so far has been kind of incremental. We've got inspire with here. Confusion regarding. So here's, the confusion aspect coming in with this 3 of Swords card. Confusion regarding, where's the confusion coming from here for our pile 4? Next steps. Confusion regarding 8th house. Getting and using power. And using other people's resources. We'll turn this way since this is the side of the card that spoke to me there. Confusion regarding getting and using power, personal power, Aries, action, Mars, fire energy. So we talked about how you may be being prepared for some kind of psychic or spiritual awakening or activation. And when that happens, it may be confusing in the beginning. So this is all the advice that we've been receiving so far in this reading is to help you deal with that. I think it's pretty clear there. Hi, Wolf. Maybe work with wolves as a spirit animal for you, or know that the wolf moon is a significant time for you whenever it does occur. It's different every year slightly, right? So everything we said before about reassuring yourself with self-confidence that you can get through anything by remembering your strong and solid foundations and things that have served you in the past, trusting that things are happening behind the scenes if you haven't seen them yet, being ready for those unexpected changes by considering different perspectives in order to overcome any challenges. And you're protected. This wolf won't stop looking at me. So he's like, I'm here for you. I'm here for you, girl. And for you, Pile 4. Okay, let's continue forward. We're going to get a blind spot card. This number 27 sigil from the blind spot oracle, back of the deck looks like that, just jumped out at me when I grabbed the deck to bring it into the reading. So we're going to go with this one. I bring the blind spot oracle in to help us see if we've missed anything in the reading, give us a little storm warning, if you will, about things that may be in our blind spot that we haven't considered yet. In this case, the unseen, the hidden, the secrets, the mysteries of life have been pretty prevalent in your reading. This orb. I don't know much about orbs, but I know that sometimes they are said to represent, fairies. Those little blue lights you see. Somebody helped me out there. I don't know what they're actually called, those little blue lights that are in kind of the Celtic mythology. In the movie Brave, the character there went off into the woods following one of them. Orbs sometimes represent the soul. At the end, spoiler alert for The Good Place. At the end of The Good Place, once they finally go through the door, explore the wonder, the mysteries of life. When they finally go through the door, you see them being transformed into these little orbs that then fly back down to Earth and kind of give little nudges to people. Maybe that is relevant for anybody here listening. The sigil has north, south, east, west compass points and the ones in between. In there, amongst this mess of squiggly lines, those points are in there. You've got 3 prominent circles here. The inner circle that's black, the surrounding one that has a square in it. Oh, there actually is 4 squares there. And then the outer circles. So that's underworld, earth, and cosmos, heavenly, spiritual realms. But why is this coming out as a blind spot? We have been talking about receiving some kind of, where was that? Getting and using power, being prepared for some kind of psychic or spiritual activation or awakening. The creator of this deck is Teal Swan, and she does intuitively guided drawings for this sigil, so that might be another tool for your toolkit. That may be something you're getting into. I don't know much about that, but I do know that sometimes I sit down to write and I just go and the messages just start flowing, and then I have to actually take a break and go back to see what I even wrote. So we did have communication and writing, speaking, presenting coming all the way through this reading. So some kind of communication, some kind of intuitive communication. So this author says that number 27 is called the bubble. So blind spot for you. If you've drawn this, you are stuck in a bubble in your current perspective. You are seeing only the truth of your perspective. Blind spots may be forgetting all this advice about considering new perspective. Okay, so we had the Three of Swords here, which talks about sorrow, loss, heartbreak. So a blind spot for you. It says we are at risk of developing a bubble anytime we do not experience people seeing us, feeling us, hearing us, or understanding us. We also risk developing a bubble anytime we refuse to see, feel, hear, or understand other people. Okay, so that is just reiterating the taking time to respond, considering other perspectives, knowing that if we fail to do that, it can become a blind spot for us. Or maybe it's highlighting that all of this information has been new to you, and that's your current blind spot. And what has been said so far in this reading is going to help you move through that through small, decisive actions about what we've already discussed. Maybe creating new habits of thinking to reach goals that are more in line with our higher good. I was just drawn to this Mars action, Aries energy here, where it says what you think you know about. And I can give a little bit of an example for me. As I'm shuffling, we're going to get a card from the Synchronicity Oracle next. An example that's coming to mind because we're talking about spiritual activation, psychic activation. I don't know if I've really been through that. I'm still kind of on that journey. But what you think you know about, I think the mysteries of life. When the way that I discovered tarot actually was kind of a low point in my life, downtime. I did a Google search for what is my life purpose. And one of the first links that came up was a YouTube video, tarot video, talking about what is your life purpose. And at the time, tarot was not anything that I would have ever considered. You know, I had the stereotypical media presentation of the old crone. Oh, that's why, Wolf. Yeah, you did give me that message. Okay. The old crone. I know sometimes this is not PC term, but we have it here, the gypsy traveler. We have it mentioned on this card. I don't think of them in any negative ways, but like the circus card reader, and then you go in and the first thing they do is they go death. Anyway, so what you think you know about tarot, had I not set that aside in order to consider a new perspective, I would never have learned anything about tarot. After I clicked on that video, I listened to it, and it was showing tarot to me as a tool to use for creative thinking, for getting unstuck, thinking about new perspectives, new ideas. It talks about archetypes. It talks about spiritual things. It talks about psychology, everything. And after that, I was hooked. So that's just an example of making sure that, thank you, finally got a card. Making sure that whatever we're considering, especially if this is relevant to you in terms of psychic spiritual awakening, being prepared for that, whatever we're considering, that we're not getting stuck in our old ways, the negative aspect of the Hierophant, like the old structures that no longer serve us, not being open to new perspectives, to hold them. I really embraced tarot, learning about tarot, I should say, after I clicked on that video. The reason this wolf keeps staring at me is because it wanted me to talk about the triple goddess cycle concept of the maiden, the mother, and the crone. Yes, the waxing cycle of the moon representing the maiden, the full moon portion representing the mother, and then the waning cycle representing the crone. And this is the mother aspect. Okay, so in the guidebook for this Witching Hour Oracle, it says, the mother aspect is associated with such qualities as responsibility, manifestation, and creation. With the mother's spirited yet nurturing attributes, she guides us through our lives, allowing us to make mature, responsible decisions. These decisions will enable us to manifest into the wondrous creations within ourselves and without. Perfect. So that's reinforcement of nurturing, the feminine aspect of nurturing from Mother Earth and the divine feminine, nurturing and protecting us so that we can make small decisive actions and have appropriate responses. I guess that's the theme of this reading, right? So that's why that wolf keeps staring at me. He's like, I think we've made our point, but I am going to keep going because I have this few more cards. So this card that came out is In Tune. And this came out in a prior reading, and I actually thought about it earlier in the reading. I didn't mention it though, but now it jumped out at me. This is the fourth reading, your pile 4. I did you fourth in the order of the readings, and a lot of cards came out in multiple readings. So that just tells me that what we're drawing on is certain themes within the collective. Also may mean some of the other piles may be relevant for you, but I think that this is talking about some collective energy coming through, that a lot of us are experiencing the same things, and you're not alone. This card here, I just want to read you what the creator says about In Tune. Talks about synchronicity, which I thought was funny because that's the name of the oracle. The keywords for this: sunshine, cotton candy, good vibes, being in tune, being in love, harmony, joy, synchronicity. Good vibes. Yeah. Okay. So we talked about before about putting kindness into the world, the karmic cycles of treating what goes around comes around, and treating people the way that you wish to be treated. So that's reinforcement of this. Anything related to kind of wheels or even carnivals, maybe signs for you, games, cotton candy. We've got orbs everywhere. Holy cow, we've got orbs everywhere here. That may be something relevant for you. I don't know exactly what those are meaning, but we had two figures together here with the 4 of Wands, which sometimes is celebration of a union. Maybe you're being prepared for that, either union with spirit or with another person. Being prepared for something. Something's happening behind the scenes and you're being prepared for it. One final card for this portion of the reading coming from the color goddess casting cards. And then I have one more section that I'm going to do for final guidance, final thoughts from alchemy, and an affirmation and question for you. But let's do this color goddess card first. Lavender coming through. Keywords: compassion, empathy, and sensitivity. She's got an amulet on her third eye there. Lavender. It's kind of traditional herbal. Oh, we talked about flower. Oh, there we go. There's some focus for you. We talked before about botany, flowers, herbal remedies. Lavender is one of those very common soothing, healing, calming flowers. And then compassion, empathy, and sensitivity is all that divine feminine and Mother Earth energy coming through for you as a focus area, potentially using lavender to help you with that. We talked about gifts, and you have what it takes. And one of the specific meetings this guidebook mentions says, your compassion is one of your gifts to the world. I feel like that's just highlighting that compassion is important. It says, if you want to know what results from your current acts of compassion, you can take a look at the following cards or draw another card. That's what we need, is more cards, huh? We'll do that from this Synchronicity Oracle, just because this one came out already in a previous reading. When you act with compassion, what decisive acts of compassion, what results from it? Goals, productivity, good habits. Well, sorry, I'm totally shaking the table. Reciprocation, that would be what acts comes back. The compassion comes. The card that came out was this elephant. It's a finder of lost things. Finder of lost things results when you act with compassion. Elephant may be another spirit animal for you to work with. Since we were drawn to the mother aspect of the moon cycle, the triple goddess cycle, elephants are incredibly maternal, to the point where some animals wouldn't do this, but if there's a calf within the herd that's in trouble, even if it's not their own, all of them will bond together. Whereas some other animals wouldn't, because it's not their actual baby. These elephants actually bond together to help out anybody in need in the herd. Finder of lost things. Lost, hidden, unseen. If you're feeling lost, view the world through compassion, which can be really difficult if you're feeling lost. Finding lost things could also talk about remembering those things that you have from the past that can serve you now that maybe you forgot about. We talked about that before, and then we've got the feathers here too. So we'll take feathers for sure, as signs and synchronicities to look for that you're on the right path. Divine inspiration, divine guidance comes through in kind ways. It's presented in a kind manner, even if it's not necessarily a kind message. That's not what I mean. But even if it's something difficult to deal with, it'll be presented in a kind way. All right, pile 4, we're going to finalize this reading with some advice from alchemy, affirmation, and a question for you to consider. So let me grab those. Okay, here we go with some alchemy. This little kit here. Part of my toolkit. So we're going to roll the dice here and see what aspects of the elements alchemy wants us to consider for processing all of this information. We have 3 for the fire element, 2 for the water element, 9 for the air element, and 11 for the earth element. So we have lightning, storm warning. Act as a bolt of lightning whose brilliant spark releases the atmosphere's charged tension in a concentrated burst. Quickly shake things up and try something bold, new, and out of the blue. Let neither conventionality, the negative aspect of the Hierophant, nor the fear of reversing yourself restrain you. Watch through your mind's eye, third eye, for signs of the creative accidents of thought we call inspiration. Let imagination take you across the universe or across the room, for the gold you seek is where you find it. What? Let imagination, so this talked about exploring, and we had all new perspectives as well, considering new perspectives. Let imagination take you across the universe or across the room, for the gold you seek is where you find it. Finder of lost things. Going on adventures, exploring. The gold you seek is where you find it. I don't know what that means, but you guys go ahead and take that for what it means, how it resonates with you guys. And if you do know what that means, either for you, I'd love to hear about it in the comments, or if you know what that means, that may help some other people put something together in this reading that I haven't. Please comment about that. Again, it says, the gold you seek is where you find it. Number 9 for the air element, we have the hot air balloon. Be aware that you must risk traveling in the basket of the air balloon, for by taking yourself and your ideas to the world, you will find greater acceptance and support than you now find where you are. Communication. Even if your journey is only far enough to drop copies off of your written communications upon all you see in your immediate area, you should still take the chance, for your message should be shared. Yes, you guys have a message that's coming through. Remember, we had the idea that you were able to see and understand the underworld, the earthly realm, the cosmos. So, and you can understand the messages going through. And this is your call for communication, is sharing that message. If your adventure does not take you far away, you will find the strange customs of those you meet will give you fresh ideas. Number 2 is the fountain for the water element. Your own thirst for emotional security will be quenched, but can you emulate the fountain which relieves the thirst of all who come to drink of its waters, no matter their race, sex, religion, or even their species? Cueing us to remember that of this blind spot, that if we encounter something unknown, uncertain, unfamiliar with us, we may have a tendency to slip back into our safe little bubble rather than considering the other perspectives and thoughts of those things that are unfamiliar to us or that make us feel uncertain. A cue for you to remember to not let that become a blind spot for you. Pure compassion and generosity is at the heart of all the great religions of the world and is a goal of all their teachings and rituals. Our response to disaster and distressed strangers usually shows us that helping those in need is as natural to us as our thirst. Openness, acceptance, receptivity, etc. Okay. For the earth element, you guys get this. You get it. I don't need to dwell on that. Okay. Unless this is cueing us to remember the concept of diversity and inclusivity, maybe a focus area for your communications. Not sure. Number 11 came out in a prior reading as well. So yeah, a lot of collective energy here. We have the meteorite. You will see the meteorite fall from out of the clear blue sky and be compelled to have a different attitude about what is and what is not possible in your life. New perspectives. It is most likely that you will be fortunate enough not to be struck by it. Good. Being hit by a meteorite would suck. But it will surely disrupt your everyday experience for a time. Elements never seen before or even imagined will be revealed and available for use. All right, so we have another indication, confirmation that the unseen, the uncertain, the psychic, the spiritual is going to be coming through. Maybe you are being prepared to receive that without freaking out. Elements never seen before or even imagined will be revealed and available for use. Yes, you will be getting and using powers, adding them to your toolkit that have to do with psychic and spiritual abilities, skills, powers that connect the underworld, the earth, and the cosmos. And you have the ability to communicate, or you will develop the ability to communicate those messages and those meanings to other people. They will be available for your use. We have the 8th house here, other people's resources. That also means not just people's resources, other resources of the universe. Your reaction to the unexpected, how we started the reading, will show you whether or not you are flexible enough to produce true lasting change. Wow, okay. I got excited there, huh? Your reaction, response to the unexpected. Okay, so from that, if you remember earlier, I talked about how we, when we encounter something, we have our initial reaction to it, which can inform us about how we're feeling or whether or not that situation is a positive or negative thing. But that doesn't have to be how we respond, how we behave. Our behavior can be a response, not a reaction. If you're finding yourself reacting without really thinking, that may be something to consider in terms of that being a significant emotion that you need to work through. Sometimes that leads to good things, but if it leads to a negative outcome, that may be indication to you that you've let that become your blind spot. And we need to get back to considering our solid foundations and considering new perspectives and what we've learned in the past so that we have positive responses moving forward. All right. Pile 4, we are going to close this reading with an affirmation and a question for you. Okay, Spirit, let's give some. Okay, what do we have here? The question came out first. It says, how can I be more observant today? Observations and questions. What am I expecting to go right today? And the affirmation is, I find joy in the little things and take nothing for granted. Finding joy, the carnival, the cotton candy, the little things, small decisive actions, baby steps. Shift in perspectives and attitudes. What am I expecting to go right today? Sometimes we focus on what we're expecting to go wrong, which is good. We need to be prepared. But also, what's going to go right today? What if I think what's going to go wrong? What if it goes right? What am I expecting to go right today? I don't got to worry about it. Okay, let me read these one more time without me jabbering so much. So the affirmation is, I find joy in the little things and take nothing for granted. And the questions for you to consider are, how can I be more observant today? And what am I expecting to go right? Nice little present for you. Pile 4. Pile 4, I'm going to leave your reading here. Thank you so much. If you've made it this far, let me know what you want to hear from me, what I should keep, what I should change. I hope to keep this going and see you in future readings. Have a great day. Bye.